Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Welcome everyone to the coach's desk. Yes, people, we are here another night for the weekend's triple treat. It's night 2 of the show, and we will be having a special guest this evening in this evening's edition. Yes, people, I trust that everybody is doing well and everybody is doing all right. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. Special welcome again to all the persons over there on Facebook. Yes, people, big up yourself and welcome. Pretty interesting program we have planned here. I just inviting you also to go over and connect to our socials or Instagram account or Facebook account and our Twitter account. As you can see, they are above my head there in this window. So hope everybody is doing well. Hope that you're ready to even ask questions of the big man himself, the man who is responsible for the Jamaican Premier League, which has gotten, in my estimation, a sort of facelift. Yes, man, things have changed up a little bit. Um, New things are happening. But we'll be asking the the man in charge, Chris Williams, some of these questions later on when he touched down on the program. Yes, man. We're looking forward to that. So there were a lot of things that took place today. People, I want to talk about this topic, Michael Hector. I believe that Michael Hector should be in the window that is coming up. But that is just my opinion, people. That is not a fact. That is my opinion, right? So I'm just putting my opinion out there. We don't know what the coach is going to be doing. We don't know what or who he will be picking. But I definitely see Michael Hector putting in a very good shift today again. He has been doing excellently well for the past few games that he has been playing. And big up to Big Ek, Michael Hector. Yes, man. There were 2 exciting schoolboy football games on today. People, I sat down and I watched those games. And trust me, they were exciting football. The players did extremely well. At their level, yeah, man, they are playing well. They are playing good football at their level. I watched the youngster Pearson, very skillful, moves the ball well, passes the ball well, uses both feet well. You know what I mean? Um, but I'll ask again, is he ready for the next level? That's the question I'd ask. But trust me, congratulations to the Clarendon College team, coached by Lenworth Teacher Hyde, and the Dintil Technical team, coached by O'Neill Thomas. They have advanced to the finals of the Champions Cup with contrasting victories over the other team that they played. The Jamaica College versus Dintil team, that was a stalemate right throughout. Dintil continued their good defensive end of things, but they were a little bit tied up in terms of their attacking prowess today, which doesn't normally happen or doesn't happen regularly throughout the season. But you could see that they are a well conditioned team, and the rural team them step up. Yeah, wish them all the best in the finals, which will be played next Saturday. The other interesting one was CC versus KC. Boy, the brave fall, you know. But like they will always say, they will never yield because they have the Manning Cup to gun for, and they will go up in that encounter seeking to bounce back. It was a very good game. Both teams defended well. Clarendon College had moments when they were in charge of the game. Same thing with Kingston College. But it was a defensive error that led to a beautiful finish by the Clarendon College team, and then they build up to the second goal was impeccable. It was awesome. It was an excellently taken goal. So big up to the schoolboys. They are doing what they have been doing. They are playing their part. You know, trust me, schoolboy football is so attractive, good for the eyes, and I'm happy that we're gonna be getting the JPL head on stream. Talk about that. How can the brand improve? Is it that we want to see more schoolboy footballers in the JPL? Will that improve the brand? Yes, man. Just get your questions ready, people. Get your questions ready. After which, you know that you can call in. And that's after the interview. You can call in and see what you can say based on what the boss would have said in terms of the Jamaica Premier League. Let me go quickly into some of your comments. Ian Campbell, welcome. He said he's the first. Siobhan Peart. Pick up yourself, Siobhan Peart. Jason, one of the erudite in the building. Check, check. Big up yourself, Jason Ferran. Reno FC. I said chicken. That should have been that is, I believe, a typo, but you know a thing sometimes when you're using these devices. Yeah. Chris King, welcome to the show. I'm hearing a little feedback in my the sound, you know. Check, check. Yeah, man, something a feedback, man. All right. Are you hearing me, people? I hope so. Let me check if any sound is on the monitor. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Okay, the sound is up and running. All right. All right. I was just testing. All right. So, Chris King, big up yourself. Man of God, check in. Big up yourself, man of God. Welcome. Yeah, man. Oparan, Siobhan, yeah, man. Bless up. I've been looking forward to this interview for the longest time. Yeah, man. I know Siobhan. Hector should have been in the squad. Yes, hopefully. What we don't know what we'll see, but let's hope. Big up yourself, J. Ross. Lloyd O'Connor, one of the erudite, big up CD. How comes KC with all those 19-year-old great tone great tone men? Let those youths from CC fling them. Why I saw football good, that's the nature of football. It's just who show up on the day. But it was a good game, Lloyd. Sania Bowen, big up yourself, welcome. Siobhan Peart, guys, remember to sanitize upon enter. Yes. Yeah, man, like up the stream, people. That's the golden rule. Yeah, man. Restructure the league. All right. All right, people are here. Okay, good, good. All right, loud and clear. Duckland, big up yourself. Check, check. Fresh in the building. So big up all the erudites. Yeah, man. Welcome to everyone. We're looking forward to a good session here with this gentleman, Mr. Williams. All right. Yeah, man. Very, very, very good games. Lloyd O'Connor put a little spin on it. The great tone, man. Boy, what they say. Sometimes the youths are more hungry, Lloyd O'Connor. So possibly that's one of the reasons. Youths them hungry. Theonera, big up yourself. Happy New Year to Theonera, man. It's been a while. Yeah, man, happy New Year. Please, people, remember to follow our social media handles. Follow, 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 follow. Yeah, man, you're in good company. Once you follow us, we're not lead you astray. We ain't leading you no astray. I tell you that game was exciting, man. That game was pretty exciting. Me enjoyed. Um, hold on, what am I looking for? Yeah, man. So good encounter. Two, I think four of the top teams in the competition. Yeah. Then they will go up against other teams next week. I think Jamaica College will be playing their semi-final on Tuesday, then till on Wednesday. So, yeah, man. So they are facing it like the Champions League. You play a game on a weekend, then you come over in the you know, come back over in their league competition to play games again. So these youngsters are playing a lot of football, especially if you progress to this part of the season. All right, so let me take some more comments. I see Chevron is saying, we appreciate you, coach, for taking the time to be here on the weekend. Yeah, man. Thanks very much, Chevron. Big up yourself, man. Thank to you also for showing up on the weekends. Because if I show up every weekend and you're not here, it's a mutual agreement. Yeah, man. Cavell, Cayman friend, what's up? Coach, I heard Tapa coming Cayman. Is that true? Or I should ask, have you any knowledge of that? If yes, when? Cavell, I've been hearing of the rumors. No, I have not done any investigation, to be honest. I have not done any investigation to verify if it is yay or it is nay. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna get in a little people. Tell me, what sort of feedback are you getting from the sound? Are you hearing any frying, any odd sound coming from my end? Let me know. Let me know. Which one of the team Reno FC? Okay, you're hearing. Oh, then probably it's my end. I'm hearing a little thing on my end. Probably it's not affecting you. All right. Oh, found you. I think it's on my end. All right. I think I would have temporarily solved that issue. Camera shake. I want it jump off. All right. Respect. Respect. All right. Everybody hearing loud and clear. Mm-hmm. All right, so we are waiting Sir Williams to jump on. In another 5 minutes or so, he'll be joining us. All right. Um, well, I'm still hearing it. Which Manning Cup team? Reno FC. Big up yourself, one done MUFC 45. Thanks for joining. Kevin Williams, big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. People, just take the time to sanitize. So since you're in the arena, just sanitize. If you're driving and you can't sanitize, hand the device to the passenger and ask them to sanitize for you. And when I say sanitize, I mean like the stream. Many persons oftentimes probably wondering why we're asking you to light the stream, light the stream. It is important for the algorithm. All right. So definitely, we are. Oh yeah, I get in an early call. All right, let me see who is this. Caller, you're live. Welcome to the show.
Yes, coach.
Yeah, man, bless up yourself.
That's up. We kind of upset with you, coach.
What me do now?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Behave like a typical Jamaican.
All
When
that
them
now.
start, when, when they start one fast food restaurant and they start out good,
Mm-hmm.
them full of and you heat up there, and then after a while, them food stop tasting good.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You don't remember, where your show come from,
mm.
You like to just cut off the show so for the man. And one time you wouldn't do that.
No.
Last night when the
All
show
right.
just start fested.
No,
Show just start getting,
no, but you have to
and you
look.
just,
You have
yeah,
to look. You have to look on my end. One or two persons might be liking that aspect of it, but for me and many persons can say the conversation was getting distasteful.
yeah, but you could
And
have carried the conversation. I mean,
but
you want to
but,
hear really
but
what you
no, but you,
what
you never see me try. How many times me try? How many times me try? And the
have to go
gentlemen
learn.
were not yielding. Like I can't see them go. So I had to do the brave thing, you know? It might not
Man,
come
me
off
say,
well to some people, but I mean I had to take a stand last evening. So I can say if that's how you feel,
yeah,
then I can
but
understand. But I had to take a stand.
why the man ain't take so late to come on for the show?
We even said that too. But no,
because
but be honest, scholar. Wasn't that conversation going around in a circle?
yeah, in a sense it was, but
Exactly. So what would be
but
interesting about
in
that?
at your show, you need to tell the man them say, watch your man. Talk about something where I stop bringing on the same conversation around and around and around and around. But I saw Cataract yesterday, and him like repeating himself. Obviously, sometimes him not, I don't know if it's because him film point them always so long, make him repeat himself all the while. I'm not here to criticize still, but because I say we need back the old sport program where we can stay up and listen to and it interested and thing again all over. This a new year now, should have been better, not worse.
And that's why I tried to sort it out last night the way I did because the show never used to go down them road there. So I don't
No,
know
you never.
exactly. So I
And
had
maybe
I had
maybe
to correct that.
maybe maybe the little thing I get to cataract head when them call him what no something of the year, journalist of the year, whatever
Panelist of the year.
of the year, maybe it I get to your head because him always a boast about it. He make it be known on every thing when him go for him just the panelist of the year, panelist of the year.
so so
Hey, all time people always say, all time people say self praise is no recommendation. You
uh,
have to make somebody praise
all
at
right.
the time but him get up and praise and just I'm not saying that you must not be confident in yourself and praise yourself,
Mm-hmm.
but to what extent you will go, will do it because you eventually you just gonna look like an idiot when you keep on repeating yourself. Let people talk about the panelists of the year. Him
Yeah.
win it already, so let people talk about it.
But
Him
Carla,
just get
Carla,
kind
you
of
sound like you're flip flop now, because you say you not get the good food at the restaurant, and then
no, but
you somehow
no, what
switch
I'm
your
saying,
argument now.
no, I'm not switching my argument. What I'm
Uh-huh.
saying is that the- there are many nights when
Mm-hmm.
I'm up listening to the program.
Mm-hmm.
I you guys have your bed to go and work for tomorrow. I agree, but and more time when the show is getting that spicy feeling. You don't seem to want to end it.
No man,
That is a meta.
enough times,
Not all
and
like alone,
a lot of times I give an extra half an hour for this show. Remember,
No, I mean, no.
we used to end
Yeah,
it
but
promptly
you,
at
you use
4 hours.
so what I'm saying is this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's a time schedule on YouTube with you guys. I don't know if it's a time schedule or not
Mm-hmm.
or what. But I remember sometime,
Mm-hmm.
when 3 o'clock in the morning, coach,
Show
and
was still a
you
gone.
can't go. Yeah, you
No, so
can't go sleep.
no, that never happened yet.
Back, yeah, man, back in the day,
No man,
in
this
the
show.
early
No, all right. Let me correct you there. When this show
tell
just started,
Richard,
hold on, caller. When this show just started, we used to go 2 hours.
no, me I talk
The
about
hold
when
on,
time.
no. The massive asks for more time. We go three
Mm,
hours. The massive still asks for more time, and we go 4 hours. So on a weekend, last evening, 4 hours, but we went 4.5 hours because Mr. Maxwell
but coach,
came on late, so we added an extra half an hour.
and I agree, but coach, what I'm saying is
Uh-huh.
there must be something that you guys are doing. That's why people want to listen to you.
And I know, but I mean, if
So
if if all the
think
talk show, caller, are interesting and they have a time
not,
slot that they work
not
with, don't you think
all of
that
them.
they
Don't say
would have continued over that time just to
no. Some
please
of them,
appease the fans? But they don't because they
some of them,
know that they have to go
some
again
of them
another
ridiculous.
day.
Some of them is just ridiculous. Some of them, I just start listening to them, you just that insipid taste. You just feel like you don't want to listen no more.
No,
But you
but
guys,
caller, you have
when
to understand, man. We
you guys, you guys bring people attention. That is what me I talk
I
about.
know, but
You guys
we
are
can't run
people.
the show for the entire night.
No, I know, I know, me
Remember.
know that.
All right, what if I run it for every night? Go to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
No, me,
me I go refresh
no, me
to
never
come
said
back
that. Me
in the
never
next day. Even like today now.
said.
How would that happen?
You, no, you get me wrong. You're getting me wrong. I'm not saying that you must do it. What
Uh-huh.
I'm saying is this. Sometimes when you see that the time the show start getting that spicy, that little buzz now where you just want to hear the conversation. That's the time you guys seem to want to cut off.
No, but
And then they're not
you use last
sometimes
night for an example. You use last
yeah,
night for
like,
an as example,
last,
and
yeah,
I
last night
will
you
not
did
agree
that
with you on
like,
last night. There are
come on, last night again.
instances when I cannot stay on, and I ask panelists to hold the fort until the people them decide to end the show. There are instances
Mm.
when I decide to go even an hour extra. We have even 2 hours extra.
Like you have to start the show a little later.
So come on, Carla, man. It look like y'all. Are you a
No,
come on? Are you a come on later? No, the
no,
feast are you a come on
no,
late.
no, understand. Look what time now. It's now 7:54 in the US.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you
Same
something.
time in Jamaica.
No, yeah, so may I try to tell you say right now, may I tell you say I've been listening for you come on from 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But this show run
But
from
what
them time they until after 11. Sometimes we go
yes,
up to 12 o'clock.
but I'm saying, coach, it look like the first part not so lively. So me say you could have started like 8 o'clock, then I'll give the hour more down because
No,
it when
you see why we're not changing the time. Remember when the daylight saving time change, it's gonna be
yeah,
your
me know,
8 o'clock. And we give the
me know.
early part of the show to
It
get
just
rid
said the
of.
show nice, yeah. The show just nice, brother.
And
You get me?
I appreciate that, but you still have to put it
The
into
show,
perspective.
the show just sell off, brother. So when you see when you're in the US,
Uh-huh.
as you're a Jamaican, you want to stick to your roots.
Mm-hmm.
And because sometimes me and my daughter and my wife listen to the show.
Yeah,
So me
man.
want she feel understand the roots of the country and listen we talk and I know we go by doing things that she can understand the world. But and this show bring a lot. This show make you learn a lot.
I appreciate
It no
that.
educate educate me alone, it educate my daughter. Sometimes when she hear them argue, she just laugh, you know. But I mean the show sell off, man. So just think about when it's nice, not cut it so quick. But when it done while you can you can go on the red, but you have a little spice like another brother last time they really hear where must want to hear some more what him that say. Not
Mm-hmm.
even so Persic. I mean was a cataract him a grown. He match cataract not like lose. So if I turn himself in a I don't want to use no bad word. I want to use if you try to turn himself in a fool, then him just keep on going round with it because he no want to lose. That's how we know with him. He no like lose an argument. And him a come with him argument and then him man a come with some facts and him still not accept it, him a try to grow on it same way. That's why him is so ridiculous at the end. But you did want to hear what the man have to say like if I even did 20 more minutes or half an hour you always do. You could have make it go on, man.
No, man,
But
we couldn't allow that part of the show to be like that last night because the gentlemen weren't relenting. Nobody wanted to listen. I as the host had to take a stand.
I got so still. Anyway, my name is Robert still, me listen to your program. I'm always there. Me when me there Jamaica major, I use my Jamaica number call you and
Okay.
when me I use my over so
Anyway,
but
big up yourself, man.
keep up the
And
work.
we appreciate the feedback
Keep up the
and
work.
yeah, man. We appreciate the
Keep up
feedback.
the
And
Yeah, man.
big up your
Res-
family, man. Thanks for them for taking in the show.
Yeah,
But
man. Yeah, man. It's good, man. It's good. You can't get enough of it. When mind you have a triple five instead of a triple treat.
all right, so well, say that again. Say that again.
So I would mind you had a triple five instead of a triple treat.
Well,
Yeah, that's the.
interestingly, if we get two more hosts, we certainly can have a triple
Mm.
five.
So we cataract. Cataract and cranky, them go on good, you know. Them can't angle it, you know. I don't know why them know when you feel like you know sometimes at the week or some anytime you come to the weekend, you know, man, they come like the weekend gets so long to come, you know. When you come out to the show, you know, sometimes you don't want to have one night or 2 nights out of the week. Because most of the YouTubers them come on for like sometimes they come on for an hour and Brian might go for like 2 hours or three. That means if him go three. Well, military good I usually go like a night time like him usually go like 1 2 hour and 3 hours. But I'm noticed that from where him change him now do nothing more so again.
It's not.
And
It's not. It's not about change, man. A whole of circumstances that take place, you know. But anyway, Robert, we see another call coming in. So
yeah man.
we want to make that call come through before we well,
Yeah,
I probably need
everything
to.
good
Yeah,
man.
man. All right, bless up
Yeah
yourself.
man, big up. Yeah.
Caller, welcome. You're live. Sean Bless.
Yeah, coach. Night.
Yeah, man. Bless up.
Yeah, man. Enough respect, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
man.
can understand what the caller says, Steve, but I can understand what the caller says, Steve, but to me, but I think he angled it perfectly well last night.
Yeah, man.
You understand? Yeah, he angled it perfectly well last night. I think was the best decision to do when you cut the show last night. You know? Because you know what? We are trying to do is get everyone on board to understand, them can relate themselves so everyone can, outside listening could understand what's going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, man.
Cataract trying to make his point, yeah. The gentleman trying to make his point, that's Mr. Maxwell trying to make his point as well, yeah. And the thing is, how you deal with it, you deal with it in the right way because it wasn't, if you never deal with it that way, it was going to be a long, drawing out thing. You understand?
Absolutely.
And no one willing to each other to explain themselves to the fullness. It's what I deal with. So you have to have control of the show because you are the man in charge. Now the only problem I have with Cataract, I rate Cataract. It's a Cataract and Stan Cranky, I rate them to the fullest. You understand what I deal with? The only thing, problem I have with Cataract now is that Cataract must allow someone else to explain themselves, then he can reply back to them. You know, he have this problem with someone explain themselves, him like to cut them to get 3 point across. And it's not fair. You know, everyone needs to express themselves. So we in the diaspora, people back home in Jamaica can understand what's really taking place and going on. So with the call away, must say you end show at 3 o'clock last night. That wasn't 3 o'clock. When he end the show, I think it was after 4. Yeah, after 4.
After
You see me?
oh,
So
that England time I talk about.
I must England time I talk about, brother. Yeah, that's how I deal it. You see me? Yeah. Because I pour them time to my time.
We never go so late.
You understand? You see me? Yeah, that's my time that. So in the terms of what me I say, you know, in the terms of what me I say, you know, you do the right thing. You do the right thing. And me not think him should have a complaint about that, yeah? Because you need to have a show under control.
Yeah, man.
You need to have a panelist them under control. You understand? It's a show that's gonna look like a little mad thing running all about over the place. Because they're from there was from one topic to one next topic to a harder topic. Even when Stan Cranky come in and try to explain to Maxwell, yeah, Maxwell use a term and Stan Cranky use a term, and Maxwell said, no, you can't use that term. You know, so it was just too nuts. So me think you do the right thing, my boss. Yeah. And I like what you do, just keep it up.
Yeah,
you see me?
Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. I have to make the thing great, man.
Yeah, man. And big up the whole England. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bless up yourself, my brother, man.
All right.
See?
Cool.
All right, cool.
Yeah, Carla, good night. You're live.
Yeah, good night, Coach Minz. Conroy, as usual.
Conroy,
Just giving my little input.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, bless up, boss. Sorry. But in terms of the time when you end the show, I not see no problem with that because I think, you know, in Jamaica, how much other even YouTuber are the live and them I go over 4 hours. So the time span where you do nothing wrong with that. You have a life, you have a family, and you can't be on the program through the night, right? You have other things where you have to take care of.
Yeah. And we
So
have
the
and we
time
have to look
span,
out.
nothing wrong with it. We love the program and we don't want to listen. But tell you the truth, enough time me over there listen.
But Conrad, we have to look on even preservation, right? Because if I
Yeah.
go 10 hours for one night and we say we are going to do a weekend triple treat, it can't be a weekend triple treat again. Because I'm going to need time to rest.
So man, that me I say, enough time, coach. If sometime I listen to a program, I have things to do. I have to take all half an hour and just go and do what I have to do. But you can't do that because you have to day up there 24. You have to day up there for 4 hours straight. So we have to understand that as much as we love the program, and we never really want it done. You understand, so you have a life beyond YouTube. And even when you lock off a program or whatever, we know you're a journalist, you do a little research for try to present the next program again. So the man them have to understand that. And I think the other call I'm there say like the man want we like people there say we end the show at 3 o'clock. I mean, I think of that him there say I think him there say Robert must say he look like him want the show of end 3 o'clock. I think you get about 2 super chat. So I think of that the brother there say.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, him there say it seem like say Robert want we end the show at 3 o'clock. We true that one, but we can understand the circumstances. I run a thing and I don't know how much work you have to put in, but I not feel say not easy work. We just come on board. We just stay here, I listen it and I enjoy it. But we know say a lot of work is being put in behind the scene, but we don't know about. Right? In terms of the discussion last night, yeah, I see where it get heated and I go to some era where me not say where the relevant behind it still.
Exactly.
But I think
that's the reason why I shut it down. Because and when you look on the conversation, it was going around in circles.
I know what I love to do is that with a you see if it's a case where the man who come from Cavalry, I remember his name. He come on and we know say what this topic we are talking about, maybe Cataract and Stan Cranky could have come on, prepare to do them research and just stick to that point. So if a youth development we are talking about, we could just stick to that. We're gonna divulge to other areas. Right? So that would be good still, right? In terms of the discussion, it was good enough to see the success that Cavalier youth team had. We don't really see how it translates. Well, I guess you have some few players who magically and get senior cap and a play, overseas in a certain club, but we really want some more success, especially knowing how good the youth team has been. And this reason why I'm just saying I show how important it is for especially to get the young youth them exposed overseas in the market. Cause remember what I'm saying because the only reason why some of them ballers they get contract overseas now because Cavalier was invited to a tournament and they play so good. So other club side and they were interested. So we really, can't depend on the sports max or the little broadcasting company out here for showcase our ball. Them. We really have to do more. I not say them now do, it's good. I think people overseas can really look at it and see it. But we really have to get them, like present them in front of these media, these personnel overseas.
Right.
And next thing one that one really want you to touch on, because me they try to do a little research where I think what him name, Coach Max, Mr. Maxwell him name.
Oh, the gentleman
From
that came
Cavalier.
on last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Mr. Maxwell is his name.
Yeah, man. Him there mentioned something about the work permit and the youth what it is, what you have to do to be qualified to for a young youth like an academy player to get into a next academy overseas and have to have parents overseas or have to get citizenship and stuff like that. I was doing a little research. Me not really fully get a lot of information, but when I love for you even do a little research. 'Cause I think even when him said that, I think there was some disagreement and it's not me kind of say we know about the work permit and certain things, but me enough time me hear me see clubs where I get baller from Brazil in a Brazil league, and enough of them baller they not play for Brazil or them not get the 75% or the 30%. I think if a team rank between 1 to 10, I think I must about 30% of the last must say year games you have to get to qualify for playing. But me see baller coming out the Premier League where me not think they play for them national team so. Would I really want, even if I can probably do a little program. Yeah, if I can do a little program from that and enlighten of how we don't really we can tell us we don't really know what it is there. in terms of the rules and no different variables as I just mentioned.
Yeah, man. But we're gonna look into it though. But you're right. There are a lot of variables that are can be taken into consideration. A
Yeah.
wholly political loopholes. But we're
Mm-hmm.
getting to it and see what best we can sort it out.
Yeah, man, good, man. And just a last thing, man. I like to see how the schoolboy league, when we just start taking highlights
Mm-hmm.
and even the stadium you surface, it's so immaculate, yo. Again, I like, for me, that's why them can't try to get the Premier League for probably play upon the surface. So hopefully, something coming. But the surface looks so good, Kudos to Independence Park, I can say it a go on good. And seeing like the performance is picking up as well. I want to see the youth them a play out now January and them still a play football, so it's good. Hopefully after the season, some of them youth there them can even continue in a club system and we can see them, you know, expand thus reach higher heights.
All right. Yeah, man. Big up
Yeah, man.
yourself,
So
though.
big up, man.
All right. Cool. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man.
All right. Cool. So people, we have Mr. Williams is trying to get in. He's having some difficulties, so I'm in dialogue with him right now. So give me a. He's sending a message. I'm gonna see what he's sending. So what Neo is saying. Personally, I prefer constructive dialogue, not a ish show. I was watching but never chime in. A man must know when to rest him case because sometime you make a man talk and him hang himself. Oops. Yeah, man. He's having some challenges. I don't know why. He clicked the link, but it's not. But if not, we always have alternative, So we're ready for give him a call and let the interview be a one where we talk to him via the phone. Yeah. So we have that as plan Z. Yeah, man. Wait. All right. Let me call him, people. Just give me a second. Let me call him. CC, what I want to hear. All right, people. So, like me say, we always have plan Z, you know. He's having some challenges with his mobile device. So here's what we're gonna be doing. Um, it's one of those interviews where we're going to have to just call in the guest. All right. All right. Let me see how I'm gonna do this now. Uh, let me see how I'll be doing this. All right, I'll be calling him right now. Yeah, I spoke to him, but it's not working. He has his other device, but it's not where he's at the moment. So, in order for us to have the interview, let us just, All right, so I'm gonna be calling him right now. All right, people, we have with us online Christopher Williams, the man in charge of the Jamaican Premier League. He had some trouble with his device, hence the reason this is a format that we'll be using. Christopher Williams, welcome to the coach's desk.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, and apologies for my lack of technical knowledge. And none of my sons are here,
Okay,
so
okay, yeah, man, I understand. All right, that's not a problem. But you see, when one aspect fail, we definitely utilize the skills we have and the technology that is available to us. So we decided to use this medium. So well, we understand, Sir Williams, that you are a successful businessman. How did you get involved in this whole football thing?
well, I ask myself that every day, every day. Um, I was approached
Mm-hmm.
in 2020, or the middle of 2020. I was approached by members of the um, Premier League fraternity, and they asked me if I would be willing to join them in their quest to professionalize the league and to improve the commercial aspects of it. So I accepted. I'm a football lover.
Mm-hmm.
I think is the best invention ever, and is my is my exercise routine right now. I still play,
Okay.
so I wanted to give back.
Right.
So I accepted, and that's how I got involved.
So it was you didn't really hesitated then based on the initial contact that was made because it was a no
No,
brainer.
I didn't hesitate.
Right, right,
It was
right.
a no-brainer because I believe in the development of our local platform. I like to use the example of track and field. Um, when I was your age, Jamaica used to get one medal, maybe two at Olympics. At that time, most of our top athletes would train overseas and would develop their competences overseas.
Yes.
And then in about the turn of the century, about 2000, we started to shift that and started to look at developing our athletes locally.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, the success has been phenomenal, as you know.
Yes, yes.
I mean, we basically own track and field at the Olympics.
Absolutely.
So I feel that 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 demonstrates that the local platform is the best platform for developing our sporting talent. And so in football, I believe the Jamaica Premier League is critical to ensuring that we are a constant qualifier to the World Cup, and in fact, a competitor in the World Cup.
Right. But I hear you, Mr. Williams. But how hard a task it is to basically, I would or should I ask, are you bringing it from scratch from where you got it, or it was at a particular point and you believe that where it was, it could springboard into world class
Yeah,
setup?
man, it was at a particular point. Definitely, it was not at scratch. No way. The individuals that have been involved before me, did a lot of the heavy lifting
Okay.
and made the product what it is. So no, absolutely not. It was already developed and established.
Mm-hmm.
You know that. I mean, you have had Ryan Neville Premier League, Craig Benet Premier League, Red Stripe Premier League, Digicel Premier League. So it has been building over the last 8 or 49 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it no way, no, the legacy is amazing. The legacy is tremendous,
Okay,
and
great.
my job is to build on that legacy.
But how hard a task is it for you to build on the legacy of the predecessors?
Um, it is it is a difficult task in two ways. One is developing the understanding of the business of football.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that understanding of the business of football is lacking at various levels.
Okay.
Um, it's lacking at um, at a lot of the sponsors level, because not a lot of the sponsors understand how to price the front of a jersey, and and the benefits of their logo being seen on television, sports news, or in in the newspaper. When a caption is taken for on the front of the jersey, you see their logo. So it has been difficult to price it um, to the sponsors, and also the fact that there is a perception that football is Jamaica Premier League is only for a certain class of Jamaicans,
Right.
and so that is the first thing that we have had to be working on
But
with the
but
sponsors to
but
say,
Mr.
listen,
But Mr. Williams, sorry to interject there, but if the foundation was set by the predecessors, then you wouldn't be having these challenges, then, man. Then that is telling me that there were some, or there's evidence of faulty plan or faulty foundational work.
no. What it is evidence of is growth opportunity. It's not that is faulty foundation. It I mean, the fact that we haven't reached the moon,
Mm-hmm.
but we reach the sun, doesn't mean that the path is a faulty path. It
Okay.
just means that it's not yet fully developed.
Okay. Cool.
So no, we can't do that, because, as I say, corporate Jamaica has responded. There was the Red Stripe invested significantly
Right.
in the league. So I mean, no man,
Okay.
forget that line of argument.
I just wanted that part to be cleared up because many
Yeah
persons
man,
will
yeah
think.
man, forget that line of argument.
Okay. Cool.
We have development opportunity.
Okay.
Um, you know, that's not a problem. Everybody has development opportunity. My business proven has development opportunity.
Right.
You understand me? The fact that that um that it not peaked yet. It's not a sign that the good work wasn't done. It's just that it not peaked yet. It is a relay.
Right.
So my leg now is to carry it even further. So it requires further dialogue, because what we found with the Red Stripe experience is that it became too expensive for one sponsor to do it. We
Right.
couldn't, you couldn't, one sponsor couldn't carry the whole thing.
So there was a burden.
You understand? It was too expensive. It was
Right.
too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was a burden, but at the end of the day, there's a value to it, and Red Stripe felt that value was less than what they were spending. So as a result, we got pushback
Mm-hmm.
on and so we had to shift the sponsorship model to one where the front of the shirt would go to 12 different companies,
Okay.
and that is so we could share the cost of the event across various sponsors.
Right.
Um, and that's the evolution of the thing. So that's one thing we have some capacity building to do. The second thing is we need to grow the viewership of the games. Now, in order to do that, we first had to broadcast the games. Because obviously a man can't view the game if it is just accessible. Well, few people can view the game if it is just accessible live.
Right.
Um, so you had to now give them the option to view it at their home, so they didn't have to get up and take 2 bus, go to Harborview and see the game. They could, turn on, come at their desk at work, at a call center or whatever, and them take up them phone and them log on to Sportsmax and them watch the game. So we had to get the game more easily accessible. So so that was a second major challenge. And then now, thirdly, we have to continue to work with the clubs to professionalize themselves and improve their brand marketing and so on.
Okay.
So those are the areas that we have zoned in on.
And these are the three areas that you would have brought to the table as the chairman of the JPL.
Well, to be honest with you, I did not draft with those areas. No, I
Okay.
went there and learned from the team that was there, and they taught me these things.
Okay.
So no, I am not the genius behind this. The clubs themselves taught me, how this thing works. And what are the opportunities and what needs to be done and so on. So no, the clubs are understand the business much better than me.
Okay.
I am just really the helping with the execution.
Right. So in terms of an overarching plan, what is in it in terms of what plans do you have for the league to modernize it? I hear talks of IPO and stuff like that. Could you delve into some of those stuff?
Let me deal with the IPO and then I come back to the league. The IPO is not for the league. The IPO is the capitalization is for the clubs. Some of the clubs need capital. Some clubs have a fairly strong ownership base, and therefore they don't need capital. However, some clubs need capital. So those that need capital, we are saying to them, look to the public, get the public involved, and ask them, put your business plan together and go to the public and invite the public to back your club, and invest in your dream for your club.
Okay.
So that is the IPO issue is something at the club level. It's not at the league level. The league is fine. The league doesn't need any capital.
Right.
So that's the plan at the club level. At the league level, the plan is to drive commercialization, because the league needs revenue, and so, but revenue won't come without brand building,
right,
and distribution. So that's what we're focused on. We're focused on enhancing the brand of the league so people know about it, so it's popular, and enhancing the viewership so people watch the games. We're square now. We're
right.
square now.
But in terms of
That's it. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah. So the broadcast sponsorship with Sportsmax is a big thing.
right.
Sportsmax and CVM. Because what it means is that we're able to give pretty much everybody, locally, regionally, and internationally, an opportunity to see every game.
But you touched that point
So
there.
every game.
you touched that point about international. And oftentimes on the show we hear that some of the persons in the diaspora saying that they aren't able to see the games. What's happening with that aspect?
I'm not sure what is happening. Why would that be? Because the games are broadcast on Sportsmax app. So if they download Sportsmax app anywhere in the world,
Mm-hmm.
you can get the game.
Okay.
And, it's broadcast live on Sportsmax app.
Okay, good.
So
I've heard a
so
few complaints. That's why I bring that point up.
yeah. So we got a good deal from both Digicel and Sportsmax to
Mm-hmm.
carry the games on their app.
Okay.
So that basically gives us full distribution. And then now the games are carried on Sportsmax cable channel, and then now the games are carried on CVM free to air.
Okay.
And this is every game. So that is now great. So it means that the games are accessible. The next thing we need to do now is get people to watch the games. So the plan is to keep out there talking to people like you and so on, and let
Mm-hmm.
people know that the games are on and so on, and they're to watch the game.
But
And then finally, now we're
uh-huh.
going to have to do a survey.
Okay.
We're going to have to do a survey so that when we go to the sponsors, we can say to them, 1 million people watched the games. This is a survey data that showed that 1 out of every 5 people watch the games.
Okay.
So
Okay.
your product, when you advertise your product with Premier League, you're going to get good coverage.
Okay. Because someone in the comment is saying that Sportsmax doesn't work in some locations, but then there's somebody who's saying that they might need VPN to 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 get across the geo block. But I mean,
Okay,
those
okay.
are the more technical personnel who know
Yeah,
about those stuff. All
yeah,
right.
no.
So in terms
But
of
yeah.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
No, but I'm grateful for that. I will raise it with Sportsmax
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
and 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 feed that back to you in
Right.
terms of what is the solution for it.
All right. People, I want you to get your questions ready because I'll be asking some of the questions that you ask in the comment section to Mr. Williams. But Mr. Williams, in terms of the format of the Jamaican Premier League, are there any future plans to make any adjustment in terms of going to a parish format, or some persons probably would say a franchise sort of system?
Well, that's a JF. Cause remember now, the league is actually owned by the JFF. It's not owned by us. We just have a license to
Mm-hmm.
promote it.
Okay.
Right. So the format of the league is really a JFF's decision. But me personally, I don't have an issue with the format.
Mm-hmm.
I think the format works.
Okay.
You qualify through the parish level, and then you come through and you do the playoffs, and then you qualify to come to graduate up into the Premiership. I don't have a problem with the structure. I think the structure results in the top 12 teams in the country representing the country. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a very exciting and leads to some really iconic brands at the club level. As you know, a lot of these clubs are known all over the world. They're very strong, iconic brands because of their football and how they have performed over the last 20, 30 years.
Okay.
So no, I'm fine with it. In terms of franchising, my understanding is, and as again I'm telling you, I'm a newbie. I'm learning football, but my
Yes.
understanding is that FIFA prefers the league format.
Okay.
FIFA slash CONCACAF
Mm-hmm.
prefers the league format. They don't like the franchise format. Um, and so even though MLS is a franchise format,
Mm-hmm.
um, they would not approve. This is I don't you know this is my I'm not the most technical, but my understanding is that FIFA prefers the league format.
Okay.
So and of course your professional league has to be approved by your confederation, which in this case is CONCACAF, and so my understanding is they prefer to approve a league format.
All right.
So yeah.
All right, we get that. All right, let's jump into some questions from the commenters in the comment section. We have Siobhan Peart here. He's saying the clubs don't utilize the social media platform to promote themselves. So how can anyone know about the games? How do you answer that point?
Yeah. I'm saying immediately, Jamoy, follow Jamaica Premier League on all social media formats, and we're going to have to drive the the popularity at from a centralized base.
Mm-hmm.
The clubs are not there yet in terms of you know their own personal marketing campaign and structure and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have to work with the clubs and get them up to speed, in terms of their social media marketing. But in the interim, we have put in place a team at the head office, for want of a better word, at the Premier League, at the league level,
Mm-hmm.
and so we're going to be driving that. We're going to be driving the broadcast schedule. So once you follow Jamaica Premier League on all the social media, uh, then you're going to be able to see when the games are being played and on what platforms you can view them and so on.
Okay. All right. Another question from Neil. Siobhan, I'm hoping that Mr. Williams would have answered your question. Neil Sovereign. YouTubers collectively have approximately 60,000 avid local and diaspora fans of Jamaican football. Will you be running ads or making promotional outreach via these venues?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. That is critical. We had a meeting on Friday, and we approved a budget to do sponsored ads on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
on the various platforms, including you guys, the bloggers,
Yeah, man.
so that um, the because the games are also streamed on YouTube. Forgive me for not mentioning that.
Mm-hmm.
It's also streamed on Sportsmax's YouTube channel and on the Jamaica Premier League's YouTube channel. So yes, we have a budget for YouTube ads to get those 60,000 people watching the games, for sure.
All right, cool. That's something interesting. We look forward to that. CC Sports Lab is saying, can we expand the league to 16 teams and play a knockout cup competition instead of 12 teams
Uh,
and this playoff nonsense he's saying? I believe that kills the product. What say you?
so as you know, um a home and away basis for the first two rounds,
Mm-hmm.
and then we go into playoffs thereafter. So I'm not. So I mean, I'm assuming. I'm not sure I understand the question, because we have a home and away basis for the first two rounds, and then the top, eight teams from the home and away basis goes into a knockout, which is the playoff. So So I'm not sure I understand what he means by doing a knockout. Do you understand what the question is? Is it not do the home and away basis and
No,
just go straight into a knockout with 16 teams?
no. Well, I'm not. If that is what he's saying, I don't think that is a
No, that FIFA wouldn't approve that.
right.
You have to play FIFA. You have to play. I believe it's 5 months worth of football
Mm-hmm.
to be an approved league. So obviously the sport, they want to develop the sport, and so the sport has to be played over a long period. They wouldn't approve a straight knockout. No, because I mean obviously some teams would just play one game, and then lose and gone home, and that wouldn't develop the sport. The players, so they insist on a league format.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's what so we couldn't. No, we couldn't get a. There has to be a league format for sure.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I could find another question. All right. All right, I'm going down. But in the meantime, Mr. Williams, there were some discrepancy in terms of the prize giving money for the last season. I want you to clear up that for us because that's sparked some sort of debate in many different football sphere enough. So I want you to clear that up for us.
We paid prize money of $6 million for the season. So not sure what the debate is. That's what we paid. That's what we could afford to pay,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what we paid. At no time did the league announce um, our prize money. What may have happened is that we present a budget to our board, and um, one of the presentations, a presentation in
Okay.
and that was assuming and that was assuming we would have gotten X amount of sponsorship. We didn't get X amount of sponsorship, so we went back to the next board meeting and said, well, these guys didn't come through as sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
So the prize money now that we're bringing back to the board is that the league can afford to pay is $6 million,
Okay.
and the board approved it, and we paid it.
Okay.
So they I mean, as you can well imagine, the league is self-financing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no government entity that is, or any godfather that is financing the league. We, the league ourselves, have to find the money to pay a prize money. So if we don't raise sponsorship, um, we can't even pay a prize money because there's no, if there's no sponsor, because there's no money. I mean, we start with zero, and then we go out there and we say, boy, we have a league, we have we have uh, we have 12 great teams, we have great players, we have a jersey with space on the front of the jersey. Would you like to put your brand on the front of the jersey, and in return you give us X million dollars? That's how it starts. And you go to each company. You go
Okay.
one by one. You pick up the phone and you call them up. You beg a meeting. You go to the meeting. You present. You show them the popularity and how often your logo is going to be on the screen, and you try and convince them that it's better to sponsor the league than to run an ad in primetime news,
Okay.
because this is their advertising budget.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
Mm-hmm.
saying to them, spend the advertising budget with me instead of spending it, in the Gleaner or on TVJ or whatever. We have to do that, every day. Go to different companies, sit down with them. So if we, so that's how it is. There's no, there's no pot of money that certainly I came and saw. Every
Okay.
dollar we had to go and raise, and
Mm-hmm.
then when we raise the dollar now, we pass on X to the clubs, we pass on Y to to pay for the ambulance and to mark the field and to have the tents and to have refreshments, and so we have to break up the dollar,
Right.
and then
Right.
out of the dollar we say, all right, make us put on 10 cents out of the dollar for the prize money.
Oh, okay.
That's so
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
that's
man.
how it goes.
So it's like a whole lot of expenses and no income. But
Exactly. So you have to yeah. But that's how it is worldwide. I mean,
yes,
the
yes.
EPL, the EPL. I mean, the British government doesn't finance the EPL. The
Yes.
EPL has to go and market themselves and get a television rights deal and get revenue from that, and then they get sponsors on the front of each shirt, Chevrolet or
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
So
And
like
then
so
they,
like you're a Manchester United fan, you know.
I am a man.
From here you
I'm a
mentioned the
Manchester.
Chevrolet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. That's on my jersey. You understand?
Yeah.
That's on my jersey. But that's what so that's how that's how it is worldwide. You have to, there's no. There's FIFA doesn't give us any money for the running of the league. FIFA doesn't give us any money, so we
Right.
have to we have to sell the front of the jersey. That's what everybody um sells,
Mm-hmm.
um and that's what we are selling as well.
All right, very good. I want to ask two questions, but I have a question here on the screen. I want you to answer that. Then I'm gonna ask them both in one because I know we had agreed on a particular allotted amount of time, but once you have the time, we can always continue. But I just want to condense as much as possible. Don't want to keep you over the time that we'd have agreed, right? So, is there any plans to
Mhm.
allocate funds to the clubs so they can update playing pitches and getting training facilities up to top class standards across the JPL? Why that question, I believe, was asked is because this enables or help the product to be better marketed, right? Because if you
Yeah,
have good
man,
playing
absolutely.
surface, then there is always going to be quality football. Mark you, the players have to
So
be
I would
technically good enough, but that helps.
right. No, absolutely. So I would say to you that the question should be: is there any plans to raise sponsorship
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
for the development? So, the question was: is there any plans to allocate funds? That assumes that there are funds. There, and as I said before, there are no funds. So everything that we want to do, we have to find a sponsor to
Mm-hmm.
do it.
Okay.
So are there any plans so what they do internationally, as you know, with the Emirates Stadium and in Staples Center for basketball. They sell the name of the stadium
Mm-hmm,
to a corporate entity, so that the corporate entity, say, American Airlines Arena,
mm-hmm,
you know, so we have to package the stadiums
mm-hmm.
and seek to sell the stadiums to a sponsor. And of course, those monies now would be used to develop those stadiums.
Right, right, right.
Um, yeah. So that's the dream. Um, that's the dream. We're going to have to approach sponsors, and hopefully we can have the NCB field and the proven pitch, etc. And
Right,
so on. You say you have Arnett versus Cavalier, next week Wednesday at the proven pitch.
right, right.
So that's what we're doing. We're trying to do, to go to the sponsors to to give them naming rights.
Right. But
Um, yeah. In the meantime, what the COVID has helped because of the fact that the government wasn't prepared to have us play all around, and they wanted a concentrated venue,
right.
so we could control you know the spread. Um, that benefited us because what we ended up doing was picking a venue that that was good. So so we picked Harrisburg. So that gave the. I mean, we know the challenges with the turf,
Yeah, the
but in terms
AstroTurf,
of
yeah. Will that be
in
one of the
terms of
venues this year?
it is
Wow.
because it rolls perfectly, and so the play is great, but of course the heat, because of our climate, the heat of the thing. So we're going to have to water the pitch a lot more frequently. But in terms of the look, and in terms of the consistency of the bones and so on, that's been excellent.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
That's
so
true.
so so that has helped the quality of the game um, for last season, and we're going to do the same this season. So we're trying to get Drax Hall approved as well, Catherine Hall approved as well, and once cricket is done, and the Reggae Boyz, we're in and out of the Reggae Boyz games, we will also play at the stadium.
Okay.
So those pitches will help us um, to take some pressure off of the turf.
Yes.
But those pitches are also great pitches. So the standard of play should be good,
Yes.
because the pitches will help them. Because those are great pitches. So no, we fully agree that the pitch is like the set nine, in the play.
Yes.
So we're putting together a play, and so you have to have a great set design, so that when people look at the play, they feel excited. So no, we fully agree. The pitch has to be spectacular.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. In terms of there's another question coming from Neo again. Can people bet on the JPL games via any bet? Is there any barrier to allow
No,
overseas? Oh, so that's okay. That's a no,
no,
right?
no. No, because firstly, because Supreme Ventures is our sponsor. I'm not even sure if Supreme owns any bet. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. But whoever they own would be the platform. But right now, Supreme does not offer JPL games for betting. We have asked them to look at it, and to see if our games would be attractive to them, um, and therefore, and also give us, of course, a revenue cut. So they're looking at it, but right now, no, they don't offer it. And Supreme is our support, or betting sponsor, um, and they'll be on our shirt.
Okay. A question here. Will there be plans to have an official highlight show and full panelists of the various YouTube vloggers discussing the week's result?
Not by us. No, no, we're not. We're not putting a highlight show together of
Okay.
that nature. No.
Okay.
But we're going to be encouraging all the YouTube bloggers. We're going to be reaching out to them, giving them access to the players, to the coaches, managing their needs, because obviously we see this platform as critical to
Right.
driving the popularity of the league.
Right.
But we ourselves know we will not be producing a panel discussion, but we
Okay.
will be encouraging CVM to do one. We are encouraging Sportsmax to do one. We're encouraging you to do one. We're Sports Down the Middle to do one. We're working with all the journalists
Mm-hmm.
to talk about the league and so on. So we have that in our plan. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. There's a question that I ran on here. Do you plan on reaching out to the diaspora sponsors? Is there a subcommittee for focusing on expanding the diaspora interest and leveraging this interest to get UK or US sponsors? Example: Golden Cross, Walkers Wood, etc., etc.
Boy, trust me, one of the man come work for me, honestly. Yes, for sure. So this is brilliant, you know. So when we say we're growing viewership and we're going to have to do our research,
Mm-hmm.
when we do our research, hopefully at the end of this season, and we do our research, we're going to know that research is going to show us the viewership internationally and regionally. And then we're going to go to the regional people, people in Barbados and in Trinidad and so on, because of course Sportsmax is very popular in those regions. So we will go, and we're the only, Caribbean league that's carried. So we're going to go to them and say, sponsor a shirt, and you get this, say Barbados Commercial Bank or whatever on the shirt. So yes, we need the data first before we can convince them. But yes, we are going to do that. And then similarly for New York, we will say, because of course when they log on to YouTube or the app, we'll be able to see where unless they're using a VPN. VPN where they mess us up. But if they're not using a VPN and they log on from their home, then we're going to be able to say, 10,000 people from Bronx logged on. And so we can set a Golden Cross runner ad, in this, because Bronx people them a watch and thing. So yes, but we need the data. So the 21 season was just too short. So we decided not to run the data for the 21 season, but for the 22 season, we're going to get a better run, and hopefully we'll get some good data, and then we'll go and present that to all of the regional and international sponsors, and we say beg you, a 5,000 US or 10,000 US, to run a crawl across the screen or something. So yeah, but I like to think that's exactly what we have to do. We have to commercialize the hell out of this thing. What I mean? We have to have logo up on the screen. We have to have crawls. We have to
Yeah.
have logo up on the jersey. We have to have perimeter boards. We have to
Listen,
sell
Mr.
everything.
Williams. The person who made asked a question about
International.
the international diaspora assistant, the person, if he give you his number, so say I link
Okay,
that with you
beautiful.
right away,
Yeah,
All
yeah, man.
right.
I appreciate that. I appreciate
We
it.
have a UK person, Richard Stevens, the man that is a writer. He wrote The Maze, so you can check it out as well. He's saying, what, in your view, are the strongest aspects of the JPL product?
Um, the the Jamaica. I think that the the fact that Jamaica has good, strong talent. We see it, certainly we see it in track and field, but we're also seeing it blossom now in football. We see Fleming just get us, a nice contract. We see Shamar get a nice contract.
Yeah.
We see Taxi and all of them, doing well. And a lot of course, those guys played in the Premier League. And then, of course, we have Leon and Raheem and so on. So, Jamaica is batting above its size and we know that we do that in sport, but we're now starting to see that in football. Um, so that means that the home the ground for talent will be on display. So of course, my Cavalier, um, tall guy that scored in the final, Topi,
Tope, Jamal
um,
Tope, yeah.
yeah, another great talent. So you can see when you watch the games, you can see that we unearthing some nice talent. So I think that's it. I mean, it's the fact that Jamaica is, we're God blessed. We know, we just know we can just develop sporting talent,
Yeah.
certainly in football and track and field.
Hey, Mr.
And so
Mm-hmm.
once you give them a good platform, a good
Yes.
field to play on, good structure, well televised, good camera work, everything, you're going to see good games. You're going to see good games. I mean, look at some of the goals that you saw in the 21 season. It was really exciting. So I think that it's going to be just the fact that Jamaica is a sporting giant,
Right.
and so you're going to see a superstar for sure. In the making.
Yeah, man. Mr. Williams, you have some diehard fans and some of them live overseas. In recent week, we were having this show, and someone called and they wanted to know how to invest in a club, how to buy shares in a club if that's the way it is done, and so forth.
Yeah.
And
Why? Trust me.
here's another person asking again, how best can an investor help the Premier League teams? So you need to tell the people
Right.
how it is done so that they can know.
Um. All right. So thank you for that. And I get so excited by this football thing. So what we have said is, as I said to you before,
Mm-hmm.
there are some clubs that have a good financial backing.
Right.
So they actually, I mean, there's no secret that Mount Pleasant has a very solid
Mm-hmm.
um capital structure. They're one of the wealthier clubs. So Mount Pleasant don't really need capital.
Mm-hmm.
However, um, you have other clubs that will need capital. So what we've said to them is, um, put yourselves together to go to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and and invite um, Jamaicans from here and abroad to buy shares in your company, and therefore allow you to capitalize yourself, so you can maximize your revenues.
Mm-hmm.
So I approached NCB, and NCB um, jumped at it and said that they're prepared to provide the technical expertise to help the clubs to structure themselves into a financially viable entity and help them to go to the um to the stock market.
Right.
So stay tuned. As I said in a recent article, we are working to try and take at least one club to the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Right.
So, in fact, I had a meeting today on that, with one club and NCB, and so the process is on the way for one club to come to you, the investing public, and share their business plan with you,
Mm-hmm.
and invite you to whether you put up $1 or $100 or $100,000 and get your shares, and your shares listed on the stock market, and the money goes towards developing the players, and hopefully one of those players can bust well. Like, I mean, as I said, look at Shamar.
Mm-hmm.
That just that one Shamar transfer fee that alone would have make a club good. Yes, I mean just
Absolutely. Yeah,
one
man.
player.
Absolutely. All right. You see the questions them are
So
coming
and
quick
there's
and
no
fast.
and there and there's no question that we have other Shamars in a Jamaica.
Of
You
course.
understand what I'm saying? Yeah, there's no question that well, as I say, as I keep saying, God has blessed us. We have athletic prowess.
True. All right, Mr. Williams. Hey, you tell us the questions and the what you call them now. The suggestions also are coming in quick and fast. One person is saying goes by the name Fresh God. He's saying that I think the JPL need a cup competition to add another level of excitement to the league, like the FA Cup and another other cup competitions across the world. So, like a knockout format, this person is saying that would add a little spice because even with the games that were played today with the schoolboy, the Champions Cup, that is a little bit of excitement to the league, to the Manning and the
All
Docastic
right,
Cup.
cool.
So that is something that you could
Noted.
you could take note of going forward. All right.
Me now have a pen right now, so may I beg you, make a note and then just send me a WhatsApp or all. Remember, you have a man number. Forgive me. You have this now for say do a knockout,
Yeah, man.
a Champions League, a Champions Cup.
All
So
right.
just make sure you send me a little WhatsApp
Yeah,
with
man.
all of this.
I'll do
But
that.
definitely, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the excitement. So
Right.
so and I agree with you because I'm a GC man, and we're glued to the TV today because it was a knockout.
Yeah,
You understand
exactly.
me? And
Exactly.
you watch every minute and every penalty, and yeah, man, I understand.
All right. So Lloyd O'Connor, big up yourself for this super chat. He's saying, Mr. Williams, we need to get outside sponsorship for the league. For instance, the executive vice president of Home Depot is a Jamaican female. She could be approached for sponsorship and advertising. Mr. Williams, you hear that? A big leagues
Yeah,
are
man,
going
I
on now,
love that. Yeah, man, I love that. I love that. I love that. All right.
So you need.
Ask, but in fact, I heard that you're right because I think she came here and gave a speech about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think I know somebody that know her too. So you
Yeah, man. Make that link there quick
um,
and fast, man.
put that, make a note of that.
Yeah, man.
Depot.
All right.
But no, you're absolutely right. We're going to need international support. We can't just keep going to the same sponsors. Um, because I mean, 100,000 to Home Depot and no money, but 100,000 to us would have been a massive. You know?
And somebody saying that you need to speak to Woolmer and Stephen Gooden from the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Why?
Yeah, man. Stephen is the person I spoke to,
Okay.
and Stephen is the one that said yes, he will support the listing, and I must commend NCB Capital Markets and Stephen Gooden. They have jumped and are already giving us technical assistance and trying to get at least one club listed on the stock exchange.
Okay, cool. I think I heard somebody said the other day, if in order to alleviate some of the things that the expense or the freight cost, you could like even I know this might be a long-term suggestion, probably start a Jamaican Premier League credit union. Footballers will benefit, football administrators will also benefit. So it is something that you probably can look into going forward. And a cut above the rest is saying, why don't you explore also something like mortgage where clubs can borrow money to build stadiums? I don't know how possible that is.
Yeah, no, that not gonna work because the problem with this with the stadium financing is that if they default, you can't turn around and sell a stadium. I mean, a stadium is a specialized. property. It's not like a house. Somebody else can move into the house, tomorrow. So I don't. I'm speaking as a financier myself. I wouldn't finance, the development of a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It's too risky. But as I said, we can get some amount of sponsorship support, um, from the naming rights, and have have those funds be used to develop the stadiums. Um, and looking for grants internationally. you know um it's not just locally. I mean, there are a lot of international agencies that will fund the development of stadiums, because it gives an avenue for economic development for kids who otherwise wouldn't have that opportunity. So we're going to apply for some grants. We talk to some companies. We have to try everything.
Yeah, man, definitely.
Yeah, man, cause we know that it must be this. The turfs are critical. If you don't have a turf, it's just like track and field. We had to get, the fact that the government put in all these chevrons, you know, was critical. That helped to develop the sport.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so we have to do the same.
Yes.
We have to develop a number of stadiums.
Yeah, man. Data boss, thanks for that super chat. What do you think of having more teams in the JPL and have the knockout system changed to a, oh, this was what the person was saying, a table format, having a relegation system like the EPL. What they are saying is that in get rid of the playoff system that you have, because it's 12 teams, add more teams so you have a longer league format. In a nutshell.
Okay. No problem. I think JFF is planning to do that.
Oh,
So
okay,
so
okay.
um, I think JFF is planning to do that. And of course, as you know, there is a relegation structure
Mm-hmm.
to the league. So if you're in the bottom two, you get relegated,
Relegated, yeah.
and right, and then and then a new two come in. But yes, my understanding, as I say, I'm new. I'm a newbie. I'm learning.
Mm-hmm.
But but my understanding is that over the next 4 years, JFF will expand the league.
Okay. There's a question again here from Eagle Republic. If the JPL clubs can be given permission to secure minor or regional sponsors for the sleeves or back of jersey in addition to the existing major sponsors, can that happen?
Yes, and we're trying to do that. That's yes. The data is needed because when we approach them, this was new. We approached some companies in Barbados this year,
Mm-hmm.
and they said next year,
Okay.
they wanted to see some data. But yes, we are now approaching regional companies, because the league is watched right across the region, and it's very popular in some of these other islands. So yes, we are on it. We are on it.
Okay, cool. Are we looking at any other broadcasting partners like on ESPN? I think one year they covered a finals when Red Stripe was a sponsor.
Okay,
Anything of the sort?
we tried. We tried. We didn't get a goal a good a goal from them. We tried. We will keep trying. Um, but Sportsmax is doing excellent. So I'm not. As you know, it's ESPN Caribbean as opposed to ESPN North America. Um, and I think Sportsmax is doing a great job uh, in the Caribbean. So I'm not. I don't feel we're at a disadvantage.
Okay.
I'm very comfortable with Sportsmax.
Somebody is saying, God inspired, big up yourself. Could there be a mandatory, I don't know if that's the word should be used, but mandatory pre-game interview like this format? Maybe you can give coaches this exclusive rights.
um, I like the idea of doing mandatory interviews.
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea because it helps the popularity. So I
Okay.
like that idea. So let's put it on the list. Let's put it on the list. I'm not sure if I can give the exclusive
Right.
to coaches desk, but I like that idea. Um, so let's put it on the list.
All right. Concept Bank, you said you have a question. Sometimes when the questions pass, I can't go back and find them. So just rewrite the question, please. Any more questions for Mr. Williams? All right, while you get your other questions ready, we understand, Mr. Williams. I don't know how true, but you're here to clarify that the sponsor you got like approximately $300 million in sponsorship last year. But we understand that that will be cut in half. Is that so?
We didn't get the same level of sponsorship support for this season. We
Mm-hmm.
did. Um, so um, we have to keep working. We have to keep working.
Okay.
Um, a lot of the sponsors, you see, it was a quick turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so you know, the sponsors were like, "Yo, I just gave you the money, like 4 or 5 months ago. Are you coming back for more money again?" So they were like, "Boy, them
Oh,
need at least a year."
yeah, the
You know,
timing, the
so
timing.
yeah, so a lot of the sponsors couldn't fit us twice into because as you know they do a 1 year budget. So and then so we got money from them in June, July, and then bam again we wanted money again in January, which was just 6 months later.
Right, right.
So they couldn't afford it.
So
They
that would be
couldn't
like
afford it.
them doing two before the financial year.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
exactly what they said.
yeah, man. That would be
They were
true.
like, boy, they couldn't like that.
All right.
So we see. We have gotten some new sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we've learned because we spent a lot of money on season one, and we overspent. Frankly,
Okay, okay.
we didn't manage expenses very well in season one. And so we're improving in that regard. So so we've cut costs. So even though revenues are down, costs are also down.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be able to make a profit and to share that profit with the club.
Okay. That sounds good. All right. Concept Bank is saying, are there any plans to restructure the Premier League in Jamaica? Any consideration for business process re-engineering, where we start with a base of one club per parish in top league before relegation? I think that part was answered earlier, but you can probably talk about the first part.
Yeah, no, we're good with the structure of the league. We're good with the structure of the league. What we're really focused on right now is commercialization, getting viewership up, and selling more sponsorship packages. Structurally, we're good. Structurally, we're good.
Okay. All right. It may seem strange, but maybe trying to attract a foreign TV channel like BET might work for the JPL. BET is a black-centric TV channel. Lifetime is for women, and they stream women games. I didn't even know that. So you probably can look
I didn't
into
know that either.
you, you need to
Yeah, I
look
didn't
into
know
the
that.
BET
We
thing, man.
Yeah. So how it works is that you have an agent,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then the agent goes to the various networks
Okay.
and sell your content.
Mm-hmm.
So we have an agent, and you know, we're working with that agent to sell the content. I must tell you that you know, the field that you mentioned is a critical part,
Mm-hmm.
because if the turf is not attractive,
Right.
they won't take the content. They
Okay.
won't, because you know the game is going to look scrappy.
Mm-hmm.
Because the turf is, you know, discolored and so on, so it's not gonna look attractive. So we had to. This is another reason we have to stay with one of those venues that I mentioned earlier.
Right.
Um, and it's not just the turf, actually; it's also the surrounding.
Right.
They need to ensure that, you know, the behind
The
the
backdrop.
turf look,
Right.
the backdrop
Mm-hmm.
is attractive.
Yeah, man.
So, you know, it not easy to forget them foreign man. Trust me, we're trying.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So Concept Bank, yes, they'll be using the AstroTurf again, even though but it's not gonna be the only field that they're trying to use. They are looking for Catrinal, Droxal, and others stay and the National Stadium. So, you know, players don't really like to play on the AstroTurf, but it's one of the most attractive area if you're talking about television broadcasting games. All right, question from Duclan's Tenet. Have you approached the government about funds in the stands? That one is critical.
Yeah, yeah, they turned us down. They turned us down.
Oh,
So we're gonna go back again in February. They turned us down. They said come back in February.
okay, okay. And I can imagine
So
based on what is happening, record numbers.
yeah, based on what it is.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
So,
Over
yeah, man.
1,500 for the last one.
That that meeting didn't even last 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? We said, yeah, man. We said, can, by the time we said, can we? Them said
No.
no.
Let us discuss the
Yeah,
no.
yeah, man. They
Oh
said no.
boy. Big up to Devon Porter in the
So,
building. He has a question. He said, I think it's based on how you sound, you know, you sound like a very polished individual. He's saying, will you by any chance in the future be someone who is interested to run for the big top office, the Jamaica Football Federation?
no way. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no. No, sir, this football thing
Listen,
too,
Mr. Williams
too
feel
tough.
pressured enough, people. 1 year night and him feel pressured already. And he's doing, I think you're doing a good job.
Exactly.
I think you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
But I mean, administratively, these are tough seats to sit in.
Yeah, man. Tough seats to sit in. Trust me. No, Papa. Me no in that. But good. This are my give back to the nation, and that is it. I have done I am good. I bow to Mr. Ricketts. I rate him. You understand me? Because trust me, that job there. Uh-uh.
All right. Pristine is saying, are there any plans to have all the premier teams or premier team developing young players for the national team?
Yes, yes, yes. That's a part of the IPO plan.
Okay.
Because by raising the capital, they are able to put that capital into youth development, not just for the national team, but also for the international market,
Mm-hmm.
so that that can give the youngsters an opportunity to go global. Again, you know, we want about 100 more Shamar. You
Yeah, man.
understand? We want to be
Yeah.
the Brazil. We want to be the Brazil and once again, say we want to be the Brazil and the Caribbean, but we just want to be the Brazil and the Brazil. You understand? Oh, I'm the Brazil. Why we can't be Brazil?
Okay. All right. Have the
One more question, I have to cut, Yet, me give about 45 minutes.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up, man. All right. Let me ask you this one. Or yeah, Lloyd O'Connor is saying Kingston Miami Trading, another mega company in Florida, is owned by a Campion College old boy who played schoolboy football and loves the game to the max. He could be approached. So
Okay.
we're leaving that with you. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, but you're right down them thing you coming out. I drive my car, right? You're right down them thing for me.
Don't worry yourself, man. I'll get them. I remember the show. You can have a watch.
Okay.
There's a watch back, so you can probably. But definitely,
Okay, okay,
I'm taking some notes. All right. I want you to
okay.
tell the people, when will the league commence?
Um, we got approval verbally. I know the minister is meeting with, should have met with cabinet today. I haven't heard from him, but um, he gave us a verbal approval for January 15th.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we had a board meeting yesterday, and we are asking JFF to shift it one day to January 16th.
Okay.
Um, so that we don't clash with the Champions League final.
Okay.
Um, the not Champions Cup,
Champions Cup,
Manning Cup, Champions Cup,
which is next Saturday, right?
next Saturday.
Right.
Next
Right.
Saturday.
Right. Right.
So we are requesting to shift it one one day.
Okay.
So my ideal start date is next Sunday, January 16th.
Okay. Okay. No problem. All right. So we'll be having Premier League football come next Sunday, hopefully. All right, Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Williams. Yeah. Any final thoughts you want to share with the persons who are watching and some are listening?
Just help us to grow the popularity of the league. Share it. Like they subscribe to Sportsmax and all the blogs and the Jamaica Premier League um page, so that we can demonstrate to the sponsors the popularity of the league. We tell the sponsors, that you know the Jamaica Premier League is extremely popular. But of course, we don't have the data. So what the more you guys actually subscribe and view and so on, YouTube helps us to show that the data is the viewership is there.
Yeah, man.
So just keep doing that. Just keep doing that, and I'm there to help to structure it. And put the plans in place, and also to sell it. I'm a salesman, so I don't have a problem picking up the phone, calling up all the sponsors, everybody who you tell me about, Home Depot,
Right. Right.
Miami Trading,
Mm-hmm.
people in a Barbie. Me call all of them and go beg them for run a ad. It's not like we're begging them money for free. We're selling, we're giving them benefits. We're giving them, advertising benefits. So we do the work, man. It's a go work. It's a go work. Trust me. Me see it.
Yeah, man.
It's a go work. The football are nice.
All right, Sir
Uh-huh.
Williams. Yeah, man. Thanks much for taking the time out to be with us. I
Yeah, and
appreciate it.
again, apologies for my technical difficulties.
No problem, man. No
Big up
problem.
yourself.
All right, cool. We'll be in touch.
Yeah.
All right, there you have it. There you have it, people. Um, Mr. Williams from the Premier League. Yeah, man. So he said a whole lot of things. I know that there's gonna be a lot of comments on some of this stuff. So I want persons to you can call in, and you can also come on the panelist and let us continue the discussion where Mr. Williams was making mention of these whole lot of stuff. All right. I think in his first year, I think the league did well. Yeah, definitely believe so. All right. So who's gonna be coming on tonight? Big up to all the persons, the whole persons who are, dieharded football fans. They are here with us. Big up on yourself. Big up to the persons over there on Facebook. Big up the Facebook massive. All right. I'm looking at some of the questions. And the boss gone. Oh wow. Yeah man, Chris King. Yeah man, a football, man. So we have to put it in a particular way, you know what I mean? All right, we have somebody on the panel. I see him. This man was rearing to go from early. See him fixing up his set. All right. Everyone, welcome.
Yeah, night coach, night to all the
Yourself, man.
viewers.
Before you say anything, Chevron, what happened to your team, man?
We attack JC.
True blue, yeah.
Just say it going, isn't it? Sometimes you have to lose, You have to give other people a chance, because we don't want to get too bored and nobody enter the next series, isn't it? So you have to give other people a chance, isn't it? It's like how the Chelsea and the Liverpool fans them kind of give up already.
Mm-hmm.
Them think you can't be too successful all over, because everybody else just get bored and just so yeah, isn't it? The country team now, I find a time for them. Isn't me? So I have to give them a chance to win something too. So I don't remember, but the Intel played well. I was disappointed, but again, I just saw it go.
Yeah, man, definitely.
So
What say you?
Mr. Williams said a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things as you know, I would have been opposed to.
Yeah.
But a lot of things he doesn't really have control over. There was a comment that Nia had asked pertaining to the betting.
Mm-hmm.
When I was younger, I went to one of the superventure training facilities, and I had asked the manager there as to why the Premier League was not one of the sports that was actually used by them. What they were saying is that it's based on the fact on the player's salary. The players themselves, they're not paid properly, so anybody can just bet on somebody getting a red card in the first 10 minutes, and just give a player 100 grand and say, yo, get a red card in the first 10 minutes. And a man make a big bet on it. That was the main reason why they said to me. It was just based on the fact that it's easily manipulated. That's the main reason why they don't do it for the JPL itself. Because the players aren't paid properly.
Oh yeah.
Cataract, I saw Cataract asking a question pertaining to like the restructuring. What Mr. Williams has said, even though he said that he's against the restructuring, he said that the JFF is in charge of the JPL. So he can't control.
Yeah, them not really control that.
Yeah, so even if he was interested in restructuring it, he doesn't have any say. And you have to remember who is on the board of the JFF. It's the representative of the clubs. So it would not be in their best interest to restructure the league to have like a team per parish. So that would have answered those two questions basically.
Okay. And in the initial part of it too, Chevron, you're making mention of when I asked the question about the foundation. Elaborate a little bit on that.
Which foundation?
when I said if the foundation was set, then you wouldn't have to be going through all of that.
Oh,
Hold
yeah.
before you answer, Kappa. I want you to check the private message. If it is your first time, let us go through a little preliminaries first before you get on. Yeah, go ahead, Siobhan.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of disagreed with what he said pertaining to like the foundation of the league being great. Because if we're being honest, the success of the league has not been there. Hasn't I personally have not seen any success of the league by in terms of growth. There was popularity when when the Premier League was sponsored by Ray and Neville. There was popularity at that time because I remember persons would always tune into their TVs 3:30 on a Sunday to watch a Premier League game. But from I've been conscious and I've basically had sense, I have always heard clubs struggling to pay players the prize, the money, the prize for winning the league. It's way below what they are going to be spending. So the ideas that I had or the recommendation that I would have given, I think, I'm not saying anybody that it will. It's just my personal opinion. I think it would make a difference. So when he said I kind of disagreed with him on that part. But I said he has his vision, as you said it to me as well. Give him time. His first year wasn't a real season. It was just something, and he said it. He alluded to it as well
Yeah,
that
man.
sponsors the league wasn't really. You can't use that season to determine.
Yeah, definitely. And he also admitted that he's not one of the best person in terms of um the know-how of football,
But yeah, that's
because it
true.
is
Well, the
very,
runnings. Well, the
yeah, the
runnings.
running. Yeah, so hence the reason why he probably would have had those sort of situations the first year.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why as well. Because initially I had the thought that he had more say in the full organization. I wasn't aware that the JFF were the ones that really controlled the league. Well, I know that they
They own,
controlled the
yeah,
league.
they own it.
I know they owned it, but pertaining to like restructuring, because I thought they would have brought him in for his business acumen to see how well we can sell. Oh, one question what I wanted you to ask, but I guess you never saw it. Based on what he's saying, it seems as if the was it the PLC or whatever they want to name. It seems as if onus is on them to seek sponsorship for the teams. I
I
wanted clarification on that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think owners, because if they seek sponsorship for the league, then it will spill over into the
No,
teams.
what I'm meaning is that all right. For example, I think he made an I think I don't know if it was him or someone else. They were saying pertaining to the Chevrolet. It is not the EPL that went out and got Chevrolet from Man United.
Yeah, man, we know that.
Manu was the one that sold their products. Same as to the naming rights for like Man City. As you know, it's owned by the oil persons. So they sold their stadium rights to the Etihad because they're basically the same country they're coming from, right? So I just wanted better clarification if it's that the clubs give that particular persons to say, hey, go out and seek the sponsors, and then you will share the sponsors. Because I believe the JPL itself can get sponsors, but I think it will be best for the teams to get their sponsors. I think that would be a good strategy. That's my personal opinion. Each team gets their own revenue, and if a team can't get a revenue, it shows that there's something wrong with that team.
Right, right.
So that's my 2 cents. That's why I wanted him to answer that particular question because it was a bit confusing.
Yeah,
Because everything,
I understand what you're saying, Siobhan. But what I gather from it though is that the monies that they get in terms of the sponsors that they seek is basically to run the league and ensure that at the end of it, clubs would have benefited from the profits that would be
Yeah,
shared.
yeah,
But
that's true. That's true.
in the same breath, the marketers of the clubs can go out and get their
And get
own sponsorship. Remember, somebody mentioned about getting sleeve sponsors
sales
or
and
one
all
on
of
the back
those.
of the man.
Yeah, but I have not seen, and again, it all goes back to the whole social media, because the world that we live now, believe it or not, if you want to accept it or not, the world is run on social media. That's my personal opinion. If you're not being, because I have the only Premier League club that I have seen that have been actively on social media. It's really Mount Pleasant, and it's
Mm-hmm.
more geared towards their youth program. Nothing is wrong with that. It's one team, one dream.
Mm-hmm.
But the clubs need to sell themselves. That's just my biggest issue.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
I
definitely.
believe that. Remember, at the time I was telling you pertaining to the whole franchise system. Don't worry, guys. I have given up that franchise. I'm tired of the cussing. I'm tired of the cussing from you. I believe that the clubs aren't doing their part. I think that they have placed all, not blame, they placed everything on the JPL now to go do everything. And I don't think that will help the clubs. I
Ye-
don't think it will help the clubs.
Yeah, man, definitely. And I think as somebody made mention a while ago, the world is run on social media right now. And some clubs probably don't have a clue how those stuff are done. So that's why they probably need to get young people on board on these things to enhance that aspect of it.
Spec
Because
at the club.
if you're
Exactly.
thinking about millions of dollars to pay a marketer, yeah, all you need is a young person who understand how to press the
Yeah.
buttons to
And it's not
upload
necessarily
something.
that, all right, you get, because I would tell persons this. You can look at the social media influencers. This
Mm-hmm.
is really important.
Mm-hmm.
If you give a popular person in Jamaica now, like say one of the comedians, let's say you give him 100K for a week, him just a run on the
Some
club's social media page, I guarantee say you're going to get eyes to your part. Even
of
if after the
course.
1 week,
Mm-hmm.
and all you have to do, I make sure so you keep the content going. That's all.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. Even the JFF, because I have. That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm not even go upon them. Yeah, forget about them. Um, I don't think the clubs are doing enough. They're thinking just showing training drills, and when you watch the training drills, you barely can't see anything. It's like a one man stand up on one light post with him phone. Every time somebody call him turn around him phone. No, people live on their phones 24/7. You get somebody, you get all the artists, get popcorn and say, yo, popcorn, give me a 15 minutes on this. Yo, Portmore United are the wickedest side. I want to them at the Waterhouse there. Yo, I guarantee people are gonna get interested now. All of them things is what me I talk about. And I
Okay.
don't see the clubs doing it.
Okay. Welcome, Kappa. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. What
Uh,
say you?
I joined the stream a bit late. The interview with the gentleman. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
joined. But I get the general idea of what he's trying to do, and I was listening to some of the questions that were being asked. So I'm basically on the platform as a football supporter, a supporter of the local league, and I will agree that a lot of the clubs, with the exception of Mount Pleasant, they need to be more active on the social media platform. As the Virgin said, just sell themselves. You understand? Even as it relates to like transfer information, the league is about to start, and I don't see no other clubs except for Mount Pleasant putting out information as to the players that are joining the club. You get what I'm saying?
I see Arborview do it. To be fair to Arborview, they're active on social media as well. I
Well,
see
the
them.
fact
I
that,
see them active
oh,
on Facebook and Instagram.
but the fact that we are saying that we are only seeing Mud Pleasant, doesn't that show something that they're not probably active enough?
It could be, could be.
Remember,
Or
you
is
can
it?
buy
Remember, if you
sponsors,
don't follow them, Chevron, you're not gonna know when
No,
them are doing it.
you can buy advertisements on you on Instagram. It's just $1. You buy advertisements and then persons can then see the ads, but it's just that you have to make sure that when you show the ads, it is something that persons will want to see.
Mm-hmm. You were saying something about the franchise thing that it couldn't work. Don't know if I heard it correctly.
No, that's my biggest dream, But the last
Oh,
time I said it, my head bust. So me I come on for that.
but the franchise system is not a bad idea. I guess by selling the league and the league becoming more popular, then it may eventually lead to that. But the franchise thing is not a bad thing.
No, I know it's not a bad thing. I think it would work. But then again, based off what Mr. Williams said pertaining to the who owns the league, I don't think it will happen. I honestly don't think it will happen because as I I wouldn't say corruption. I would just say that
current state. I said current state.
Yeah, too much persons will be basically biting their own fingers, biting their own feet, kicking away their own feet. So I don't think it will happen because, as I said, the persons who the board of the JFF are the club representatives. So you're not going to expect them to want to agree to change in something that their club is going to get affected by. So I can't see that happening, to be honest. And I wanted to address Travis. I am not against the JPL saying pertaining to that. What I am just trying to say is that based on my personal, the JPL as the Jamaican Premier League has not grown. The fact that you still have players taking buses to games, that's not growth. If you want to accept the mediocrity that's there, that's fine by me. That's your opinion. You can accept that. I won't. I will always look up to the major leagues so that's where I want to see my national leaguers. If you want to see the JPL where it is right now, fine. That's good by you. But I am a young person. I don't want to see that old thing. I want to see something brand new. For say, look at El Salvadoran League. It's way better and players are being paid better. Why can't our players as well? So you can't. I mean, you can say what you want to say, but I am just not going to agree with it.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So let me see what Eagle Republic is saying in this comment here. I think the JFF should focus on turning the Captain Borrell facility into a mini stadium and lease the naming rights. Then use the facility for the televised games and share the revenue. That
Good
sounds
idea.
good, Eagle Republic. But the problem is that
it's on UWI's campus.
That too. Then the AstroTurf is an hindrance to some of the players. They don't like to play on it. They have ankle problem, skin chip off, back problem, and all of these stuff.
But coach, there's a way to really avoid that though, and the US uses it. They just wet the field. Once the AstroTurf,
constant water. Because
once the field, exactly up there. So the heat up there is not normal. So when them playing at the boiling hot sun, it's going to affect them. But what I know clubs in the US and Canada does, they constantly wet the field. Even if they can't turn on the sprinklers when the game is playing, they may release water underneath the field just to give the field that particular feeling. But I know the dry cars. I have played up there before, and trust me, it's hell, especially when I play in a boots.
Yeah, but I've heard the players complaining about the AstroTurf rain.
Hold on the Kappa. Remember your point. Chevron, Buckland is taking on your point. He's saying no. Can't say the league hasn't grown. It hasn't grown to a certain level yet.
All right, what I would say is that grown in what aspect? As I said, I'm not disputing what you're saying, but if you can inform me of what ways the league has grown, then I will. But I just have not seen any growth.
All
I
right.
personally have not. If
Okay.
you can show me, then that's fine. If you can list
Yeah.
it, I'll look out for your comment.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Copper.
Yeah, as it relates to the growth of the league, I want to ask you a question. Would you agree that the teams, the teams using the captain were the AstroTurf there, have you seen any improvement in terms of the style of play?
Not
Um.
necessarily, no.
Yeah, not necessarily. The turf doesn't improve your style of play. No. I think what the turf does, a good surface helps you to pass better, those technical aspects. But in terms of your style of play, which would include the tactics given out by your coach and all of that, I don't think that will help it.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
And to be fair, the field up there, it's hard to play passing if the field is dry because the AstroTurf there, it's kind of high. It's not like regularly for support a passing game. If the field is dry, it's hard to play a passing game. The ball is going to feel extremely heavy. So you have to play the ball in the air. Based off my time playing on it, it's hard to play on the ground up there.
Plus, when I think the ball moves a little bit quicker on that surface as well. So
Yeah,
if you move the ball around, if you don't understand your team movement and all of this thing, you might be left asking because the ball is moving at a real pace. Duklan is saying, Chevron, the viewership is now across the Caribbean. All matches are streamed. He's hinting that that is growth.
all right, that's a growth. But my rebuttal to that would be our persons actively watching it, because based off what I think, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. You can correct me. I think it's only one other Caribbean nation that really has a player in the team, and that's the Cavaliers. That's what it was. It Saint Kitts coach. I don't, if you can remind me.
Yeah. You mean the Cavalier players? No, I
Yeah,
think it's St. Lucia.
Saint Lucia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's one thing I also wanted to ask, coach, because Caribbean.
Yeah.
Caribbean is a big supporter of sports in the Caribbean.
Okay.
Try to market the league as the league for the Caribbean, the best league in the Caribbean, so we could attract either players. Some person might say it might hinder our local players, but it's for the development of the league itself. Attract players from outside of the Caribbean, try to get the best players from within the Caribbean region, carry them to the league. You get the best player from Trinidad, Barbados, Antigua, all of those leagues. You bring them to Jamaica. So when the games are now being played on a Saturday or a Sunday, you have players, you have persons watching the games from those countries because they want to see. It's like how we watch the Premier League now to see a Leon Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
You can have somebody from Barbados or watch out for a John
Yeah,
Brown.
yeah, yeah.
So all of that I'm saying as well.
Well, I think more and more players are coming in from the Caribbean. I believe that there was a goalkeeper that was acquired or a defender was acquired by Mount Pleasant. I think I'm not certain, but I think a 23-year-old was one of the signings that came in. So I need to look at that to verify. Welcome, Jermaine. Welcome to the show, man.
Blessings, coach. Big up yourself, man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself as well. We have a question here from Richard, Mr. Tiddlywinks. Where does the panel rate the JPL compared to other world leagues? Jesus, please, Richard. Which criteria would you use? Player standards, pitch quality, attendance, JA internationals playing? Hey, Richard, who want to tackle that? Because I think that is unfair to the league to be wanting to compare it to other league. It's still. I think our league is still in its teething stage. That's where
I
I
think
put it.
it's I think it's the best league in the Caribbean. I would think it's the best league in the Caribbean, but to the top leagues, I don't think it's there.
Mm-hmm.
In the region, um, I'm not sure how well. I think the Honduran league is well. The leagues in the Central American countries, I know they are popular within those countries. They have sellout stadiums when they're playing, so I think the popularity is there. But I wouldn't be able to judge it because I'm not sure how those leagues are operated.
I don't think that's a fair
Okay.
comparison. What's there to be judged? Jamaican League. I don't think it's fair to compare it with international league. We need we don't even have five quality pitches. The other thing to be compared.
Yeah. All right. The JPL is actually the only Caribbean league that is streamed across the Caribbean. So I guess that is growth.
I would say it's work in progress, you know. The more people like we, football loving fans, continue to support the league in whatever way, shape, or form, and continue to use the different social media platforms to, get changes to take place. Then the more the league will grow. I mean,
All right, coach. I think Manisman had answered the question. You were saying some other players from the league, from other Caribbean
Yeah,
countries are in
man.
the
Yeah,
league as
man.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah, I said I
man.
wasn't sure. I said I was here for correction. If there
Mm-hmm.
was, I was here for correction. I'm not saying for definitively. I only knew about the St. Lucian because he was the only one that was really highlighted.
Yeah, yeah. But other players are here, man. As Mannings is saying, Guyana, Cayman Islands, Barbados, Trinidad. So
Okay.
those nationalities were here in terms of so Chris King is highlighting a growth. One more sponsorship from a wider cross section of corporate Jamaica. Two, better admin structure at clubs. Three, better field. Still need more to be done. These are just some. So that's highlighting of growth.
Better
Any
admin.
comment? I think
Better
that's
admin.
gearing more towards Siobhan, you know.
Yeah, but better admin, coach. I don't know if you'd be able to elaborate on that.
Well, I wasn't the one who said that, you know, but I mean, I think better
No,
admin structure
no,
at
based off a
clubs.
year, because you are an avid sports fan. Would you agree with that?
I would say not all clubs. That's what I would go on the limb and say.
Better admin structure. Do you mean that? All right, based on the better admin structure, do you think is that based on it being that it was mandated by the JFF for the clubs to have those to become a professional, to be considered a professional club, or was it the clubs that did it for themselves?
Well, whichever way you take it, you know, it's still growth. If the
Yeah,
structure was put in by the JFF or the user initiative, then I would still
yeah, that's
consider
true.
growth being taking place.
I don't know, but as I said, I have walking in my community and hearing people talking about football. I've never once heard somebody say, "Yo, you watched the Abbeville game last night."
That and is your community, yeah, what you'd call it? What can I say?
A
Uh
football fan, football excited.
no,
They
man, I'm
are.
not saying that. I'm not saying that. I want to find if it is true for you to say that you would have passed through every um
Community. No, I've never
community.
passed through every
No,
community.
man, in terms of in your community, have you considered, or do you believe that you would have been able to hear all the conversations being held about football in your community?
All of the football heads in my community will have a WhatsApp group.
And they don't talk about the football in the Premier League.
Honestly, the only even summertime when Jamaica play, me even ask some of my man them. Trust me,
That's a start from you.
Yeah, no, that's I am playing my part, you know. I want to see because I want to have that rivalry. Somebody say, yo, but then again, it goes back to my thing pertaining to the clubs being from the different parishes. In St. Catherine, where I live, the closest club to me is Portmore United. Yeah, Portmore United. And that's a good look at distance away from me. And then between Portmore United, then it's just crazy. But I'm not going to discuss that. Last time I said them kill me. So yeah. But when you look at the younger generation, I would more likely say persons who live in the communities that the clubs are playing. They are the ones that really show interest towards the National League. Just based off what I am seeing, persons don't kill me. I don't go everywhere in Jamaica, but based off where I have been, I have never been at work, and I work in a call center, and I have never heard the conversation about a JPL game. It's always about Chelsea, Man U, Liverpool, and City. It's always that. Never heard anything about the JPL before.
But I guess they will talk about what is more attractive to them, and probably it's the interest of the age persons. I'm not sure if the younger generation that is involved in that. But
do not lock the doors, causing it to echo. Why would you?
Cataract, that spillover and mute the mic next time. Yeah, Chevron. I was saying it's probably because of person's age, and they are not too afraid with the ins and outs of the local game. They are more so engaged in the English Premier League because sometimes they want to feel like they are part of the crowd. So they start to be involved in the Premier League, pick up a team and all of these things because when conversation happen, it's all about EPL. So you want to have a voice. So sometimes people get involved in these things, But
yeah, that's why I go back to what I was saying. The clubs are not doing their part.
And we agree with that. I agree with that.
Clubs are
I
not doing their
absolutely agree
part.
with that.
You go to a popular because it's simple. You go to a YouTuber, you go to an artist, you just give them $100,000 and say, yo, we would like you to be an ambassador to this club. That's all. And every week you say to them, say, yo, just post a video in one of our jersey, I talk about our club. That's all. All of those things bring discussion. When somebody go up on Instagram now, if you're not following a club out here, you're not going to see any posts about them. You're not going to see a post about them on Instagram. On YouTube, you're not going, because if you're not following them, you don't see it. And what you have to do is buy sponsorship. All of that goes into it. So that's again the reason why I wanted to ask Mr. Williams, is it that it's onus is on the JPL to get all the sponsors for the teams and to sell the full league itself? Because the clubs has to do their part.
Coach.
Yeah, man, you're right. Yes.
Coach.
Yeah,
Good night.
Cataract, welcome.
Good night. Good night to the whole team, Cataract. I listened to the interview intently. Like some of what I heard. But that's what I said. I don't know who was on a fan or something, but I hear the feedback.
Yeah, once you're not speaking, mute your mic.
Mute your mic.
Because I do the same thing too.
And I just want to say that overall, I found Mr. Williams to be very welcoming of the ideas, very approachable, well-spoken man, smart man. I see the way he run from the JFF presidency, like you see it both, right? But normally we say in politics, when a man tells say I'm not interested in other time you see him show out a campaign team. But let's see. But I think there's one area, and I don't think you got a chance to get around to my comment. It was wrapping up quickly. I've been doing some analysis, like when these programs coming on, and I know we have, I try to do some research and analysis, so we have talked since. Football, it seems, has a Premier League football is a mid-island sport. There is absolutely no team once you leave Clarendon. No team in Manchester, no team in St. Elizabeth, no team in Westmoreland, no team in Hanover, no team in St. James, no team in Trelawney, and I'm talking currently, not about what's going to happen, no team in Trelawney. Then, no team in St. Mary, no team in Portland, no team in St. Thomas. So, more than 50% of the island has no Premier League team. And so, what sort of support or national viewership you would think that you would get from that sort of scenario? And I got to that, coach, by puzzling about the popularity of schoolboy football. And it really, I have a theory that says, because the highest league is not played in over half of the parishes, the schoolboy or the high school in the parish get the love. So, for example, it's inexplicable to me why Stets are perennial challengers for the Costa Cup. But I think it's only 1 year Sandals was in the Premier League. That's it. Or 2 seasons. That's it. Manchester sometimes has some, but my goal spent 2 seasons and out. So I have of all the things he said, I have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Williams. And I hope, Coach, when you send your thing to him, I'd love to have an opportunity to discuss with him from a business process perspective that the league is structurally deficient. If you had football only playing in Manchester, Birmingham, and London, in England, top level football, it would crumble. The English football drifts across the country, and therefore, even if people are not, if my club is not in it, my club is aspiring to go into the EPL. So I think they are mistaken when they think they are structurally sound. I think they will find that one earthquake and the whole house of cards is going to come tumbling down. And in any business, and I'm hoping that Cronky will join us, you must do risk analysis. Kingston and St. Andrew and Spanish Town, St. Catherine are the most, Clarendon are the 3 highest parishes with crime and murder. So 4, let's say Kingston. So Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and Clarendon are the 4 highest, right? And that is where your football is based. You're going to put your clubs and your stadium, etc. So I want to agree with my young friend who has been preaching this a lot louder than I have, that you have to draw a line in the JPL and say, okay, the 40 man there, so now, or the 10, and you stack on top of that a team from each parish to begin a true Jamaica Premier League. Because right now it's a central Jamaican Premier League, or really a metropolitan Jamaican Premier League.
Katarek, sorry, I'm gonna step away for a little while, but I just want to remember when the question was asked, Mr. Williams said that he likes the structure that they have, but he's still not responsible in terms of changing the structure because that has to do with JFF, right?
We heard that, but they are partners with the JFF, and they are the managers. So if you're the manager, then I believe that you have some responsibility as a stakeholder to the idea. But it is crazy, and since I'm going to moderate for a little bit, the youngest in charge, I've heard him with this, so you can remind me the name when you come out. But we can start with the 14 parishes and whatever club you have now, so nobody will get upset. And then you run the league for the 2-3 years. and then you relegate. Now, the other thing that I heard him speak about, but I heard him a little more acceptable of, is that when you look at the major leagues in the world, they don't run like this. EPL, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Germany, France, Belgium is a league. Even in Mexico, Argentina, you have the clausura and the apertura. So you have an opening league and then you have a closing league. But nobody no run this as something now with this playoff. It's a league. And the best team over a set of games would come out on top. I open it up.
With Cataract. You hear me?
Yes, man, I'll open it
Yeah,
up.
man, good night.
Just identify
Yeah,
yourself,
man.
please.
I'm Conroy. Conroy, first time on the show. Yeah, but I think they didn't have a year when it was just straight league format. They didn't have any playoff. I think they have a season when it was just straight league, you know.
Okay, I'm not aware, so I'll have to be guided.
Yeah, man.
And what
I don't know if
was
anybody else on the panel is probably is aware of that. I think they had scrapped the playoff. What I don't know if it's one season or two seasons, but then I think there was some complaint that it was not as exciting as a straight league, so they wanted to do the playoff.
Yeah, and some coaches complain that putting out all the effort and to finish at the end of the league with maximum most points and not winning a trophy. Yes, so there was some complaint. I think Tivoli in 1 year they had the lead for a while and they messed it up. I don't remember which team passed them. Yes, there was a league format once. I remember.
Okay.
Okay.
I am sure. I'm going to let you come back, but I am sure sports once again. This is in 2022. I am not going to be challenged or defeated. I am sure sports, I said, in the last Premier League, and I'm certain that Montego Bay United did not play in the Premier League. 1000% certain that Montego Bay United, unless they are zombies and duppies, did not play in the last Premier League. So, go ahead, panelists.
Yeah, man. All right. So you said something earlier, and think you and Siobhan normally support the view. Say I think in each parish you need to have a club, right? But when you look at do you think that it's unfair for all the parishes, the St. Thomas, the Portland, St. Mary, that don't have a club? Do you think that they get a fair chance to get a club in the Premier League?
No, that's why I'm saying you have to have a starting point. So if you're building something, you start and say, okay.
But I disagree. I disagree. I want to know why you said they don't have a fair chance. Like every other club will get promoted.
All right, my thing.
No, I'm saying if they have a fair chance of getting promoted in the league.
All right, sorry, Siobhan here. One. I think the playoff system to the Premier League, I think it's trash. It needs to be disbanded. That needs to be restructured. Because I don't see why you have Kingston a play one league, St. Thomas a play one separate league, Portland a play one separate league. Why not just have one division too?
Maybe it's money, If I club there in Westmoreland and I have to travel, we have to St. Thomas to play a team. Maybe they don't have financial backing.
So then when
they go
when
they go
let me ask Siobhan. I like that one there. So how come it's fair for Paul Noble have to travel every year to go and set to a caption all when it reached the knockout stage of the customer?
Exactly.
That happened
No,
every year.
but you have to understand.
Hold on. So I'm just saying to you that inherent in these things, there are some geographical with some geographical discrepancies. So if you put that in the mix, you have to put that in the mix in a schoolboy football too.
But that's their cataract. Every year, Mannings and And who? Not Mannings. What the side name, man? Where States play, where the side of States normal play, man, or then I send where two school them, man. Where the school name, man. The school where States them, they play every season and normally the same school them. Right? The
Yeah,
school them, where the Portland school them, they are
I'm
normally the
talking when
same thing if you see our
I'm talking
structure.
when you get to the semi-final. When you get to the
Yeah, but
semi-final stage or the group
yeah,
stage. All
alright.
over and Happy
Mm-hmm.
Grove. Because I watch this. Two schools at the eastern end of the island always have to travel to the west to play their knockout here. And then leave the morning. Fresh guy, they can't run enough now. Me, I run the program. Come in, Shaban.
Yeah, Monroe, brother on side. Every season, Monroe and States play together. Because them they at the same
No,
location.
I think what Katarek is saying is that in the like
In
the
the knockout
first
round.
round, no, in the first round itself,
Mm-hmm.
you will have the teams from a particular region playing each other.
Yeah, that's
What
true.
Katarek is saying now in the knockout rounds now, all
Yeah.
the games are being played basically in the western part of the island because there isn't any major stadiums in the east for a team like Happy Grove to play. If Happy Grove, they have to travel all the way to west or central Jamaica. Because remember, he's going based off the point that you were saying that it would be costly to
Yeah.
have one Division 2 team. So I think what Cataract was probably supposed to be trying to say is that if the Manning Cup teams can do it, and persons may say that the Manning Cup makes more money than the Premier League itself or a Division 2, but if you have a team playing, if you have a one Division 2 league, they're only going to be traveling down possibly the Friday and coming back the Saturday or the Sunday.
Yeah, and my
So the
answer to
cost
that
of
is,
go ahead.
my answer to that is that I said the first round the teams are more they play the team them were closer to them, so the cost is really curtailed somewhat. When they get to the next round, they have to spend more money. So you can look on to me the efficiency of obviously the more you go up in the league, you expect say you go play other teams. Yes, more money I go take part, but when you're looking at the Cassava League, them are whichever Super League or Major League, I want all the team them for whole of the island for just the second tier of the football for be all over the island when the league not even have enough money. That's the ideal situation to have, But we have to be frank, the situation is gonna hurt a lot of clubs financially, and it's either we agree say the clubs them have the money which is playing the Super League or the Major League can travel, or they don't have the money. Yeah, when a Happy Grove may go through the second round, they look at hey, they have achieved this, so maybe they have a good chance. So they'll see the investment as worthy. A team probably not where a school will probably not even think so they're gonna make it out of the first round. If them here say them have to travel to Westmoreland or Saintsbet, maybe many of these schools will decide say, hey, we don't have that amount of finances to put in this program. So maybe let us not enter league. Right? So that's what I'm saying. So when a team may reach to the second round, they probably have a lot of confidence that they may have something to play for, and they may invest more, or you may have people willing to put money into a program like that. But when you see you start the first round and you have to travel all over the island now to play, it will deter, in my view, a lot of principal or a lot of people who may not even have enough money to fund the youth them even give them lunch every day.
Okay, so I want to draw it into schoolboy and bring it back to the JPL and just suggest to you. Lloyd O'Connor, the home ground is York. Is York. But I just want you to just do a little research and tell me when last time match play at York. When you
At
get to
York?
when you get to the semi-finals of the Costa Cup.
Yeah, and as Chevron saying, the reason why we know, if Eastern parishes had the better infrastructure and possibly more fans would have been at those stadiums, it's a possibility that I would have expected that the organizers would have chosen those fields to play on. Why is it that when it reached to the quarterfinal or semi-final, you see them use the prestige fields, the fields them that can accommodate the amount of spectators, whether it be Catching Hall or stadium itself, because it's just because of how much money they feel like they can get out of the program.
All right.
Yeah.
So it has a lot to do with the infrastructure now.
So let us bring it back to JPL because I would disagree with the infrastructure because St. Mary's had a team in the Premier League, and I definitely know St. George's was in the Premier League. Jeremy and Taylor came from the St. George's, right? Said Portland, there's Folly Oval, etc. But let's come back to the JPL. So yes, man, it was a good interview. Unless Chris is Lord Jesus Christ Almighty, it can't be a perfect interview. So let me start again because sometimes people don't hear me when I say. I agreed with a lot of what Chris had to say. I found the interview to be a breath of fresh air. I found him to be receptive to the ideas coming from the panel, the comment section. But there is an area in which I disagree, which I am permitted to do. I am sure sports. So if you want, go on, if you go on. Because it's not none of us here talking to Jesus Christ. So none of the things are perfect, right? I'm just saying that, look here, it's a long time people, if we don't challenge the norms, if we don't challenge the systems and ask questions, any creature that does not adapt dies. Many companies that fail to adapt to the changing environment cease to do business. The world is very unforgiving for those who stick to their old thing. The English First Division, I was in England. Leeds United won the last First Division in 1991-92 season. And I remember there was a foray about the start of the Premier League, that it was wicked, and all manner of things were said regarding the start of the Premier League. Maybe Mannings is not aware of those kind of discussions. I was there in England when they had the Hillsborough disaster, and the government moved to say you must have all-seater stadiums. And there were persons who used to be on the talk radio show. Because talk radio is popular in England because you're driving and you listen BBC Sports, good. And they were saying that was going to be the end of football because man can't sit down and watch game. You have to stand up in the shed end. You have to stand up in the hold end at Aston Villa. It used to be standing room only football. But now what has happened? 30, 40 years later, it's generally accepted that people can go to an all-seater stadium and have football, right? No, it's not a matter of more than wise man. It's like I welcome you to the program. But to say that we can't question anything that the man said because the interview was an excellent interview. Coach Minzy conducted it in a sort of 5-star manner. He got the questions asked, and one thing about Mr. Williams, he didn't duck from any questions. He answered all the comments that came on the screen and questions posed. But it's not a matter about reading man is man. And what I'm saying to you is that these are examples of major, groundbreaking, earth-shattering changes. Siobhan, we are trying, brother. I lived it. It went to all parliament. You know, when the Premier League was to start, you had MP that took out motion in parliament to stop it. Injunctions were taken in the court because they said it would mash up the football in England. That's what was said.
I think the bigger issue in that category is just that persons just don't want change. Persons want better, but they want it to continue as is without changing. Because even the whole argument pertaining to the second division in Jamaica, I heard persons saying that nothing is wrong with it, but yet still they're saying that they want the clubs to have better finances. I don't think travel is the reason. Travel would be a reason why we can't have one major second division, because a bus for buy gas from one parish to the next is not going to cost that much. So I just think it's the fact that person just don't want change. That's just my opinion. If you say anything against the status quo, persons are going to say, no, it can't work. It has to stay exactly how it is. But yet still, we want things to be better by doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. And the definition of insanity is what, Ketarak?
Attempting to do the same thing over again and expect a different result.
Okay, thank you. I
My
appreciate
fellow
it.
panelists, you want to jump in on this thought, whether you think it's a travel issue, because I don't believe it's a travel issue. I agree with Sean 100%. These are just the holders onto the status quo. Those afraid of change. What say you?
Question is for me.
Yes, man. The question is like, we have to keep it awake. And the gray suit versus the black suit.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you, but I don't know if that were to take place, what will happen to a Harbourview, a Tivoli, a Cavalier, all of those clubs. I don't think they're willing to change. And the other thing is,
the thing about that, remember, we're not talking about the JPL,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
All right.
And then we go on.
the other side of the coin is, if, let's say, a team is from St. Mary as a parish, where will they play their matches, their own matches? I know that for Westmoreland, there is a Froome Sports Complex, which needs some kind of upgrading in terms of stands. St. James has Catchinall and Jared Park. Portland, St. Mary would be at somewhat of a disadvantage. Clarendon.
Portland has fallen over.
I didn't get that.
Portland has fallen over.
Yeah, but wouldn't fall over, need some kind of upgrading.
Yes, but there's also where St. George's. Where St. George's played was upgraded with stands,
Okay.
When they got into the Premier.
All right. So pertaining to that, remember, each club, the club that operates now, I'm assuming they will have a facility in which they play their games right now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next question. Do you believe that we have too many clubs in Jamaica?
No.
You don't?
All right, before we answer that question, I was listening in. If you notice, I'm in and out, gentlemen. I apologize for that. There are some things that I've been taking care of. I heard the thing about the travel, and I do believe that the travel possible wasn't the main source of the issue. I think the funding was the money, because there was a time when you had Premier League, and then you have the A League, and two club. The club has our A League team and a Premier League team.
Yes.
And because of that, then there was some sort of interference with the finances. So that caused some issues where the finances were concerned. So if money comes into the league, then I think those issues will be solved. So we can have a second tier league, and once money is there, then it will be viable. But if there's no money, and because these clubs are not doing what they can do or should be doing to generate revenue, it's gonna be difficult on them.
All right, coach. But all right, how many second divisions do we have right now? Yeah, well, that's just mad saying that a while ago. I sound like an idiot. How many second divisions we have? You know that sound dumb?
Like a major league and minor league.
Yeah, man, you have a lot of second tier.
No, when I say second division, we have one Premier League, which is considered the first division, and then you have a plethora of second divisions.
Yeah, but hold on, Shabbat. You have to get the money coming. What I say is you have Cassava, for example, which you have the major league and minor league. So you have a second division and third division in one parish.
Yeah, I know that. No, what I am trying to say, all right. I'm just go back to my original point.
So I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly that there are too many clubs. And when I say how I measure too many clubs might be different. There are not sufficient licensed coaches to the number of clubs that we have. So I can't say I have a club and running with an unlicensed coach.
All right. My original point to this was that pertaining to the second division, why I don't believe it would be a finance. Well, finance would be an issue, but one way that we could get rid of that, going back to my original point, you said that we have a good amount of second divisions coach, right? Pertaining upward of maybe 8 second division clubs, second divisions for the different across the island, right? Each of those second divisions will have their own sponsors, correct?
Yeah, possible.
So if you combine all of those sponsors into one, possibly, I don't know.
What's the level? You can't say because sponsors are sponsors, When you look at the amount or the level
I remember,
of sponsorship, because if you have a low league, you wouldn't want a $10 million sponsorship. I don't think persons are going to pump that amount into a very low league.
no,
You know
no,
what I mean?
all right,
Yes,
I
yes,
think,
Keter.
Hold on. I'm gonna rotate on this so everybody participate. Coach, the issue about the leagues that Siobhan is referring to, I think the point you might be trying to make, I'm going to make the point I made before. There are a limited number of major companies that have the resources to sponsor at the level that a football club will. No, all football clubs have 23 players, coach, a field to take care of, etc. So the cost of running a football club, unless you have youth teams, but the cost of running a club with a first team only is the same. One team don't have 50 players, they have 25 players, and that's the team. So if you market that, rather than going to these little sponsors, I think what Siobhan is trying to say, if those sponsors would come, instead of sponsoring a whole league, they are sponsoring the team from that parish who is in the Premier League. And the other teams are the feeder teams, if you want to put it that way. Because I would think that when you start at ground zero, you would have to give a number of years for those investors to get their return on investment. So I don't think you could have relegation for, let's say, the first 3 years or so, right, while they recoup their costs. But after that, the cream will rise to the top as it will answer the question that Fresca is posing, which is it because you don't have quality in the parish, or is it because you don't have resources in the parish? So if the quality question is answered, because we will see which parish really have the talent and which parish doesn't have the talent, because we'll see how they end up in a league structure. You understand? Sponsorship is always an issue. They could go to the what you call it, the IPO, to the stock market with the league as a whole. And I'm interested to see how that turns out, whether a club itself will attract the investors, or whether the whole JPL as a structure needs to go to the market, and then people invest in the JPL as a business, and then they divide the whatever
shares.
returns they get from the shares, they divide it equally among the clubs.
Yeah, I think
That's a consideration.
I had that consideration when I saw the news and the Gleaner the other day pertaining to the clubs being listed. My initial thought was that even if down the line all the clubs are listed, and Cataract made this point some time ago, and every time I remember it made me laugh. Who is going to sponsor a team where when him going at the community, him affair watch him head back?
That's a question I would have wanted to ask Mr. Williams, but I didn't put it up there because maybe he will come back another time and some of the harder questions will be answered. And
Some persons.
The truth of the matter is that for what I would call the hardcore clubs, let's say your Tivoli's, your Arnic Gardens, your Waterhouse, humble lion. It's the member of parliament who is the major conduit of funds. It's the political directorate. You touch right?
Yeah, but
I read you went out and came back in, so jump in now.
Yeah, man. Before Kappa come in, Conroy, I can't add you. It is saying that your device is not connected. Conroy that was on just now, he's trying to reconnect, but it is telling me that his device is not connected. So what you probably need to do, you probably need to try another device. This one not working at all. I see Eddie Guna in the chat. Eddie said Cataract and Chevron. Remember, we're trying to build the league. Getting weaker teams in will only water down the product.
We're not saying getting weaker teams in the league. What I am saying is that having a second. My point was just having a second division instead of having a second division
A
in Kingston and
plethora
St.
of
Andrew. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And if a team is weak, then they can't qualify from that league. So the weaker teams won't be there.
You know, Chevron and Qatar, there's always gonna be need for lower league teams still, you know.
Yeah,
Yes,
they can have a third division. They
Yeah,
can have
man,
a third
because
division.
there's community football. So they
right,
must get a pyramid.
you're gonna have corner league, you're gonna have
Yes.
third division, you're gonna have D2, D1,
Yeah.
then the major league. So
So-
we really can't out those sort of football.
No,
So
we're
when
not
we say we have a
ousting
lot
them.
of clubs,
We are not, no, coach.
mm-hmm,
We're not ousting them, you know.
mm-hmm,
What we are saying is that you have to define professional clubs, semi-pro clubs. I mean, not professional clubs. We have semi-pro clubs, different from the amateur clubs. Which, if yesterday you remember when I was speaking with Mr. Maxwell, I said to you that he challenged, and I said to you that the tiers in England go down to 9 tiers. I don't think Jamaica has a population to go down 9 tiers.
No.
But I agree with what, and even at a certain level, you have the Itzman Northern, and you have the Ryman Southern. You get to a regional kind of thing once you go below the fifth tier, right? So the fifth tier, when they drop out of the league and they go semi-pro, when they go below that, you play regionally, and that takes into account some of the issue of the cost of traveling, because their cost is much, right?
Exactly.
So regional level, and then even within the regional level, they know you have the smaller county below that, at the 9th tier. Because a 9th tier club now don't have no funds to leave from London, go up on Newcastle to play an next 9th tier team. That's not what happens. So I just say we have to look at how many tiers can we accommodate and fit the clubs in there.
Cataract, when you look at it though, you know, I think it is defined, but it is not probably quote unquote defined. Because when you look at say a D2 team, they probably don't have the structure as a team in the Premier League. Say for example, let me use an Arnett Garden. You check a club over in your area there, Cataract. A man does use him club because he intends to qualify the club possible to the Premier League. So each stage you go up, so he move from D1 to Major League, then you know, so you have to put in a different sort of administrative structure. So that is improving. So it might be there, but not written on paper, so to speak. Because I don't think a club in D1 or D2 is as structured as a Mount Pleasant.
So coach, let me go again. Let me try to be clear. And going by the theory of evolution, you either adapt or go extinct. Right? When the Ice Age came, all the animal that was running around the place as the boss, the dinosaur, the big bad, they never have any fur on their body. So they're dead. Extinction. Right? Apply that to football. And I know people don't like hear the word England, but I don't know why England sounds like a bad word to someone. Because the French league stay the same, and the German, and the Italian leagues say the same way, right? You have a pyramid. It's a pyramid. What we have is a convoluted thing where you have many power bases. So a man just want a base of power. You run Cassava and you have to come chat to me.
Yeah, that is my next.
Right?
That is my next
I'm
thing.
saying
The parish associations.
nowhere in the top 5 leagues do parish or county associations exist. It does not. But take it back to the league, which Shabbat said everybody talk about that workplace. And let us have a discussion, a truth and reconciliation. Swindon Town has to have the same management structure and accountability
As Man
and
City.
work within the same financial fair play rules as Manchester City. And it is imposed upon them. That's why the FA ruled against Derby County that COVID or no COVID and ready, that one day you may be in the Premier League and you can't wait until you reach the Premier League to sort out yourself. You must be operating in a smaller context, but the structure must be there. You must have a chairman, you must have a board, you must have audited statements, you must have a first team, you must have a ground, you must have a fan club. They have a whole set of things that define you what a football club is. You may never play in the Premier League, but one day, Brentford wait how long? The 75 years Brentford wait.
Yeah.
But when they got there, they have 99% of the thing to move forward.
So
Yeah,
Because they progress probably from lower to upper.
exactly.
right.
Because they wouldn't have had everything on the first floor.
No, they would not. They
Yeah,
would
that's what
not.
I
So
was
what
referring to.
I understand. So what I want to come back and say, look, I saw a comment, and yes, I am sure school. I pay attention to the comment section so that no man I get to sneak in a little thing in here. To say that what would happen, so sorry Richard is disrespecting the established. And the established company here, them a big and a ball and a war over money. So if they are so established, why them a quarrel over a little $1 million whatever, or 100,000 whatever? They're not as established as you think. They're not a paper tigers, you know. And coach, I hope you get some time after this to speak about the schoolboy football, because the more I listen, you know, and the more questions I have. We didn't say the schoolboy, I know schoolboy football I play, you know, coach. When we
Know what?
watch them,
Know what?
I watch Kingston College United versus Clarendon College FC and
Yeah.
Bayfield FC versus Jamaica College United. Coach, at 9 different schools.
Hold on, in freeze.
You can freeze.
Yeah,
Coach.
hold on. The Sir Devon Porter. What you talk about, man? Call a league nice of football, you know, man. Yeah, call a league have a play, man.
All right,
Hey,
coach.
yeah, man.
Ask. Do you, in your personal opinion, think that the structure of our football
Coach, not
league?
only internet, about 4 different things. So when one gone, another gone.
All right,
So
coach. Do
coach,
you think
I'm
that the
Hold on,
saying
structure?
Katarak.
I'm pure FC,
Katarak,
I'm
hold
pure
on.
FC play.
Hold on, Katarak. Siobhan was asking a
Oh,
question.
Shepard,
Yeah,
sorry, Shepard.
yeah. Do you think that the current structure of the league system itself is good, basically? I want to ask everybody on the panel, because I know me and Cataract basically share the same view that we think it needs to be restructured itself. Not the JPL again. Commenters, please don't kill me. I'm tired. I wanna kill me right now. I talk about like the second division, third division. Do you think it's feasible?
The structure of the league in itself, no.
Yeah, the
Premier
second
League,
division, no.
this,
Second division, third division.
or how they matriculate to the Premier League.
Yeah, basically.
Um, you have Major League, Super League, Division
I'm
1 and
confused.
2.
You forget minor league.
Mine are the far, man.
Yeah, then I think you might have a miniature league and a
Yo,
TP. What's there's too much league, and when you can't understand it, I want to second Shabbat. I have never in my life of living in Jamaica since I moved here in 1997. Buck up, a man or two man I talk about. Yeah, I'm blind and play Arnie this week. But no, not in this last 20 years.
Listen,
You know when the interest peaks, and I was a season ticket holder for Arnett Gardens. When Arnett play Tivoli, the place run. When Arnett play, if Arnett play Dunbuilding, nobody know it. Although Dunbuilding never reached out this at that time. Right? When Arnett play Star Cosmos, nobody know their match. Play Scanty. Arnett Waterhouse. So specific games will attract. But overall, a person not talking about that at their workplace. They're not talking about it. And the difference between, that's the difference between what Reggae Samoa said was a footballing culture. I can tell you at England. And not everything work at England. Not everything that England take a Jamaica culture. If you take the best. Coach, a match play Saturday. You see, when we reach a university Monday, then cuss and talk Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but the match are just gone. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then I talk about the match that come. It's a continuous cycle of pure football discussion. Over, of course, many pints of beer, right? But literally, at my university, you would see, I am going to say to you, thousands, literally about 40,000 people who are leaving university, and a little bit of bigger place, right? And 20-something thousand people. But everywhere you go, them sit down on the bench, them sit down in the disco, them sit down in the union, them sit down in the bar, in the pub, them are talking about you. You see the Newcastle man, them
but
together, the
Cataract,
Man U man,
those things are more attractive than our league, you know. So you gotta
the
expect that,
coach.
you know, man.
No, and I'm not accepting that. What I'm
No,
saying
but
to
it's
you,
the reality. You don't have to accept it. It's the reality.
what I'm
We
saying to
know
you,
that our league is not attractive as yet. It's a
coach,
work in progress.
coach, you are thinking about the attraction. I am saying to you, this has to do with the structure. It has to do, in my estimation, with the
So hold
part.
on, Cataract. You're talking about structure.
Mhm.
The schoolboy FC where you talk about. Seeing? Is it the structure or the attractiveness that makes it better than quote unquote the National Premier League? What is it? Is it the structure? No,
But that means a
not the
coach and
structure.
listen. I just explained and said it to you. Let me take cricket. Cricket in Jamaica now, for the most part, is relegated to a St. Anne and a St. Elizabeth zone. And then two places the most cricket played, St. Anne and St. Elizabeth. Football in Jamaica, the Premier League level coach, is become a metropolitan sport that just eggs up over into Clarendon and push up into St. Anne. It's the center of the island. And you ever go for football is played in one county.
Cataract, it no matter. We
And
not
so I'm saying to you, because there's no football, Premier League kind of football in St. Elizabeth, then Skets will carry the mad, hardcore blue and yellow
so
support.
Cataract, that cannot be structure, Bridging.
Yeah, but coach, listen, man, listen. If the structure, meaning that the ability for you to start with a league that has a team in every parish, or Premier League top level football playing in every parish,
Mm-hmm.
you are then going to find that nature abhors a vacuum.
All right. Let me put this to you now, Cataract. let me put this to you. Since you're talking about getting a club in every parish, it could work, right? But my challenge to that is take, for instance, a big parish like a St. Anne and a St. Catherine.
Come on,
You're gonna have, hold on, let me finish.
No, coach.
No,
Coach,
hold on, let me
you are
finish.
misquoting me, coach. Because
Hold on, no. I'm not misquoting. I'm
you are
making my
misquoting me.
point.
When we previously spoke with Senate, we said we will have
Cataract.
2 clubs per parish, so we will have the
Jesus,
inter-parish
please,
rivalry.
Cataract.
Watch.
I can't misquote me. I misquote you. You are mention of you just said
Yes, but coach, you didn't listen to us. I said you keep the existing clubs and you get 1 club from each parish that does not have a club to join the Premier League.
Cataract.
So
I hear you. I hear you putting in this addition or in this additive to the cake.
No.
What I'm saying is that. All right. So me I gonna use what you said 2. There's a club in North St. Catherine, and there's a club in South St. Catherine, or Eastern or Southeastern St. Catherine. What will happen if one is in North, one is in Southeast? What will happen to the rest of the parish? And that's the challenge I'm having.
So let me tell you what the challenge is.
So it cannot be a structure. Let me finish. It cannot be a structure alone. This all boils down to the culture of football. We don't have a culture of football in Jamaica, Bridget. And we cannot go around that. But I hear the points that you're making. I hear them.
The structure will help to develop the culture. When football at the highest level is played in every parish, and I'm saying you for a small period of time, and I'm taking 3 years to hold it in order to build a culture. And I heard somebody else coming in, so well, let another voice be heard. I am taking it and I'm taking it back to England. There's been a long debate about the 2 club cities. So, for example, Leeds, there's no other club anywhere around this. Newcastle, Sunderland, Middlesbrough. We can name some club and tell you where the support is fanatical versus in terms of the 1 club, the whole city, no matter where you come from the outskirts, you are traveling to come watch Leeds. Versus a Manchester, where you have Manchester City, Manchester United, you have Oldham Athletic, you have Preston North End, you have Burnley, you have about 6 clubs in the Manchester metropolitan space, right? It shows a little bit. In Birmingham, East West Midlands, you have Birmingham, you have Aston Villa, you have West Bromwich Albion. Big. Wolverhampton, little way down, Walsall, smaller up. Liverpool, you have Liverpool, Everton, Tranmere. Right? Bristol, you have Bristol City, Bristol Rovers. Derby is a 1 county place. But Nottingham, you have Nottingham County, Notts Forest.
But Cataract, look on them big place the way you mentioned to little Portland Parish and St. Mary
What I'm
Parish.
saying is that people are willing to travel that much more distance to come and watch the product.
Yeah, but look on a small parish like St. Mary, Bridging, where rainfall every day, road bad, everything mash up. How you gonna find a field when the soil that is in St. Mary is easily one that will move from where you put it. So
okay.
I understand the point.
So you have 2 grounds. You have Folly Oval where they play cricket, as well as some football in the
what's the
Eastern.
quality
You
of
have
those?
Lynch Park. You have Lynch Park that had St. George's. I read the word Lynch Park in the comment.
What's the quality of those fields?
I don't have been there, coach, but
yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
But cricket play on Folly Oval.
Yeah, but cricket all you need is a good pitch in a Cataract. The outfield
but
now.
The sign is good for the pitch.
Huh?
You have outfield in a cricket.
That's what I'm saying. You all you need in cricket in Jamaica It's a good pitch. Outfield don't really matter. Yeah, outfield is important, but I don't think it matters.
Okay.
All right,
Go,
coach.
go ahead.
Yeah, based off what you were saying now pertaining to the whole culture, kind of have to disagree to some extent. I think we do have a football culture here in Jamaica. We don't have a Premier League, a local football league culture, because when you look at schoolboy football, there is attraction there. When you
Why?
look at
Why?
because of the schools,
And
the
what and
brand,
what people are attached to?
the schools.
The schools and what how many years they went to that school and they develop a what?
5 years I went to the school,
And
probably
some
7.
7. So they develop
Yeah.
the culture of the school, the whole ins and out of the school. So that is attached to them, Bridget. So
No, I am
it
not.
be the
No, I'm
culture
not.
is the culture that we have for schoolboy football is because of the many years that we spent in the school watching the many players and the many different teams that would have our players that would have made teams that passed through our school.
All
So
right.
that
So
would
what
have give us
about?
that love for schoolboy football. We're not attached to no community team
All right. So what about someone supporting a team over season?
because we see that every day cable is there, everything is there. All right, people are attached to Manchester United and Liverpool and Arsenal because in those days, early days, the only games that you could have watched from the English Premier League was those teams. So you have
All
many
right.
Jamaicans love those teams.
All
That's
right.
true, you
People,
know.
So
That's true.
people are watch a lot of outside football because what those are easily accessible. In what?
all right.
In the streaming, in the media, there are many websites that you can watch. Where can you watch our local Premier League?
All right. So coach, is that, can you say that's based on the person's Jamaicans not having a interest in local football, or is just that the 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 product is not being put out to them to get an interest to it?
That's a part of it.
That's a part of it, as Kappa is saying.
I want to say something still, you know.
Go ahead.
All right. I remember. Well, I wasn't old enough, but I recall at some point in time when a Seba and a Wadada and Arena used to play, you used to have a large turnout, right? Very large turnout of fans. Um, the same thing could be said about when Major League finals used to play in the National Stadium based on clippings I would have seen and what I would have heard. Now, when you look at what is happening in Centre now with a Mount Pleasant, an investor comes in, investing money, and we start to get a large turnout at Jacksal. People start to watch football. Now, what if the same thing is being done in other parishes across the island? Let's say someone goes to Portland and invests,
Michael
upgrade
Leaching.
the infrastructure. We're likely to find the same thing happening, don't it?
Likely, yeah.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
likely
that's
to find the same thing happening. So that could be part of the reason why other parishes, the interest has waned. Because I remember, man, when I used to go through an arena or what other book up or through place cock, Virgin.
Exactly.
But
And the thing as well,
oh,
coach, everything in Jamaica is based off hype. You just
you
need
get me
somebody
say?
for hype it up. You just need somebody for hype it up. Persons will
what
go a
what
football match and look on cricket. I see some woman at cricket and them leave now look on the field.
yeah,
Because
that's true. But what more I say add to it, you know, is that more I say, you know, the when I look on, you know, I was saying before, you know, I have some little technical issue that I believe that every club in each parish have a fair chance of getting in the Premier League. I think Chevron and Cataract they have some amount of disagreement with it because they said that how it's structured in terms of the major league or super league. But I'd also saying based on finance, I don't think they can have the second tier team them a play all over the island because they don't have the money to fund that, right? When you look back in history, Hazard United was one of the best team with Arnett Garden. And they came from what? Clarendon.
and come to Portmore United. You know what the owner, I think, was a China man, said that based on investment opportunity, would be best for them to be in the city of Portmore or in the urban area. So we have to look at that, because you're saying that most resort most season we have, when the team them come up, we have most of the team from Cassava, most of the team from the urban area. These are the teams that are qualifying for the Premier League. But other teams have the same opportunity. But it's just that more people who are investing in club are looking for the exposure. They're looking for opportunity, look for infrastructure. And most of these parishes, unfortunately, don't have the infrastructure. I would blame even say it's because of how the league structured. That's why they don't have the infrastructure. It's just that the interest of football, even back in the days when you used to go to the stadium and you see how Stadium Park, as well, Coach Minzy was saying, the area of entertainment and technology has drastically changed, where a lot of people who back in the days never even used to be able to have a cable TV or watch a EPL. Only probably on a Sunday you could get to watch a EPL. So you really had the entertainment was not as upfront as how it is right now. When you have option, if you want to watch Champions League, you can watch Champions. Any league you want to watch, you can watch. So you realize that people have more options to choose what they want to watch. If we didn't have the EPL to watch, I wanted football, maybe we'd have to go to more people I support EPL would have to go to these matches and see it. So the technology has changed, and I just don't believe that the organizer, they have really tried to change it. Where we see with Sportsmax now, you have more access to it, and what Mr. Williams just said, it's good that it's everybody have the opportunity now for view it. So definitely we are expecting to see more views, and then hopefully the quality can improve, so you can have, even when this thing lift, we can go back to go in the stadium and watching match. But as I said before, for each club, it's all about the opportunity, the exposure. And I in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of fields, I think that the best surface, in my view, is in the country. Come look on all of the surface, them lush, look good. But in terms of I would say the resources, in terms of money putting in the club, or the lights and all these stuff, where I say enough business ventures are not. Say in St. Thomas, we have a club in St. Thomas. Not many persons have a drive can just go drive to a match, or them have got depend on a public transportation or stuff like that. So the resources is one of the reasons why a lot of clubs, as I said before, in the urban area is being successful. Yeah. And Chevron, I think, had talked on Formula program before, say maybe the resources are structured one place, but the resources is there because more people are more inclined to support clubs that them feel the probably them can get more exposure.
But
right?
You know what me I say, Virgin and Virgin? If we get $1 trillion now for set up and change the whole structure of the Jamaican football, you think we can compete with the EPL?
No.
I doubt that. Also, I put to you, every single person on this panel, those who are watching, those who are in the comment section, that if you do a census to see the true football fans in Jamaica, out of the 2.7 to 3 million people, I guarantee you that possibly we will not get 1/3 of diehard football fans.
They don't have a
What you
million
call? What you
You
call?
see when stadium full, me a man say you got a cricket match and you carry the girl or the women and they're not interested. Then just go with them partner or whatever. Some people go for the entertainment package. But they don't go because they love the game.
Of course, football is entertainment. So, I heard that argument earlier, and I wanted to just remind people also. Remember when cricket at Savannah Park was on the decline, and football, everybody just said football. What's Savannah Park do? You recall the mound? They took out some stands that were in a corner of Savannah where you can't even see the game too good. and created the mound. I think it was sponsored by Red Stripe. My friend, them uptown people start going to the mound. It was a thing. Cause them drunk, they don't know what happened. Soca music are playing there, so them are wind up. Not to do with the game. Except when the ball fly over for your six and lick one of them in the head. But the truth is, they did something to try and recapture that. The mound was a tremendous success.
So another point, let me make cataract,
No. Right. What I'm saying to you, coaches, how the game is. Hello again. You really going to take up your wife and two lovely daughters and take them to Arnett versus Tivoli down a compound? You are going to do that? Be honest to God, I love football.
Who, me I ask that?
Yes, coach.
Let me alone I go, man.
The answer is no.
No,
You
me
will not
alone I
take your
go.
wife
I
and
will
your
go. Me alone I go.
No, answer. The answer is no. Right? So if you don't believe that thing is structural, I would challenge management. I am sure sports. If he would take his lovely family, right, to Arnett versus Tivoli, either at Arnett or down at Compo, he will not do it. As a matter of fact, I am sure that Jesus now walk with him by the match. Jesus had cut left him when they reached round Maxfield Avenue for turn in and going to Arnett.
Me alone I go because me can move quicker. You can't chill.
No,
as well,
what
Mr.
I'm saying
Cataract.
to you, if you have a sport and you're asking for sponsorship, so here's the first thing about football. It is not in Jamaica, the Premier League. For at least half of the games, it is not a family affair.
But cataract, that can be debunked easily, because you got England, you got other places to play. There are some hooligan in the brethren.
I go say in the coach
Hooligan in
means,
the world, We are no hooligan like them people then. Buckler fling people that beat you. They don't know you, then see in a jersey and then just beat you.
Coach,
We are
and that is
talking
why I
cataract. You
said,
the England and you know that.
Coach, listen on. I'm not in that fight 2 times, 2 back and 2 more. When things get sticky and grimy between Tivoli and Arnett, wait, back to come, I'm gonna hear some loud explosion. Different argument, but what I'm saying to you is when they were
Principle is the
faced,
same. Principle is the same.
and
Even though it's a
listen what
different
I'm
argument,
saying.
principle.
When I said to you in 1992, one of the issues with the Premier League was the stigma of hooliganism and the stigma of English hooligans in Europe. Remember, England was banned from Europe, I think, 2 years.
Mm-hmm. So you can't use on it.
No, I can't. But coach, you know reason right. Listen what I'm saying. Where you have those issues, you do not attract a whole segment of sponsors now come sponsor your project because you don't speak to the market segment. So like Devon House Ice Cream now come sponsor because nobody can pick me up family now come. A beer bad man and tough man. I got a ball game.
But Jamaica run, that means everywhere in Jamaica then no ball now go play.
No, hold on.
But I may I say still, Cataract, may I say
us a favor. COVID do us a favor.
Well, I agree with Cataract, say the violence in some of the areas where the clubs them at, it's a big issue, But
and then
it's not just that alone, cause and these things happening even in England too. It happen. It just to me, I do think there's a disconnect between the clubs and the fans. When you have a person who support a schoolboy league, there's a connect with him. There's a connect. Even many of us we are more connected to even the clubs in England than how we are connected to even our own clubs in our communities. And the violence happen overseas too, but more players are more passionate and no matter what happens. This weekend, tomorrow, Arsenal is gonna play a match. Is a no reds campaign where they're gonna wear an all white shirt. I don't know if you heard about it. This is protesting the amount of violence that is happening in London, but the amount of youth that die from knife and stabbing and all of those stuff. But that will not deter people from going to the matches still. So as much as I believe that, yes, Violence is an issue for many of these clubs.
Well,
But
on
if
the
that was an
Conroy.
issue,
Well, on the, sorry to cut you. Y'all get back the time. I have
yeah,
gone
man.
to games at the stadium, and if I were to judge based on what transpired, I would go back to the game.
Yeah, cause even me can say when no for go stadium and go champs, when
No,
man
me
used to
attack
jump wall
football match. Me attack
or
football match, you
football.
know, me not
Well, even
with
football or
football match. Me
champ.
attack about a Premier League
Champ,
match. Me
yeah,
attack.
yeah. Well, even that coach, when man used to jump the fence, them if you even
Oh,
remember them time there.
so
I
I
be a
know
buckle
only
used to
now.
fling, but I be
Yeah,
a
me not
buckle used to fling in a bleachers and here. Most of the people them still a go a bleachers. People still once you have a connect, you will support it still,
All right,
right?
coach.
So there's
To
just
be
a
honest,
disconnect between clubs and people in this
to be
country.
honest, there has been a lack of interest of football in the country, but I think that's more geared towards what is being transpired in football. Football is not being sold. I think I remember. When Management had Mr. Ricketts on his show recently. I think Management asked Mr. Ricketts a pertinent question: if he believes the government supports football, and Mr. Ricketts said, based on what we've seen, you can make your own judgment.
But in other words, Siobhan, we are basically arguing on a side, culture structure. But when you check the levels, and you go down to the finer details, it is indicative of the fact that all of this come together, and it is needed to solve the whole football thing, because
Yes.
structure gonna be an issue. So not because I'm arguing on this side, that necessarily means I don't think that there's a structural issue. And I would believe that you're saying the same. There's a cultural issue as well. You know what I
Good.
mean? And there are more underlying issues that will cause
You want to
football not to grow.
upturn the upper card?
Mm-hmm.
An MP in England, every MP in Leeds better be at a Leeds United football game, better be at a Leeds Rhino rugby match, because the voters go there. There was a time when a football club like Arnett and Waterhouse provide a mass of vote. You understand? Man, woman, they are match. Them see Dr. Davis, them see Mr. Siaga, them see rest in peace O.T. Williams over Waterhouse. Them see Mr. When 10-star general name Humble Lion. Let's say a fresh what name again?
Mike Henry.
Yeah, man, Mike Henry. Right? Them see them this up, them go over Reno and you used to say
Roger Clark.
Roger Clark and Dr. Blythe, they over Reno, and by being there, the political directorate knows that people give you a tick. Like you can say, all right, the MP build the club and him think they may have give my vote card there. That no longer exists for where football is. So some of the money that would come in from politics, and we're just talking it straight, is no longer there because football doesn't have the same cachet and attraction and traction that it did in the 90s. When you go on a junglist match, you have a little
Hold
baby
on,
something like
Katarak, hold on. We have a call online that wants to make a point on that the very same Arnett sort of Tivoli rivalry. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah. I just want to know, yeah, see, away from you guy, coach, is 5 other panelists there. And I'll just put in these questions to them. Have they ever been to an Arnett and Tivoli match and see any violence happening at that match? Any gunshot firing off any spectator? Anybody get beat? They're talking about things what we used to way back down. Those things are the past. During the times when football start established in Jamaica to the greatest level where fans can go and sit and enjoy a match. There's no such things as violence. There's no such things as violence. Yeah. Everyone attend the match with decency, watch the game with decency, and leave the game with decency. I've been back in Jamaica 2018, yeah, and I've attended every match on it I've played. There's no such things as hooliganism or people beating people or people dealing with anyone away. Those are all time things. We live in a new era now. You understand? And if we cannot see those things, yeah, for ourselves, then don't speak of it. Like, cause I can ask any one of these guys who's starting if they ever been to a match.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
and I would like to hear the answer from them. If they ever been to a match between Arnett playing in Tivoli or Tivoli playing in Arnett, or Tivoli going Boys Town or Boys Town going in Tivoli, Waterhouse, Olympic Garden, you name them. There's no such thing. They're talking about some way back stuff.
Make him finish. Make him finish.
But coach, you can't just come and say something blatantly false. So you remember when Tivoli
no, you can say what you want to get her.
I support Arnett. I support Arnett. So tell me about the man who lay down flat when Arnett play Tivoli. Lay down flat, dead, dirt, dash it, over Harbour. You don't remember that game there? You don't remember that? When the match you made a statement, so I'm going to answer you. So I was at that match.
Yeah, go ahead.
When Arnett played Tivoli at Outer Harbourview and the war broke out.
Yeah.
I run up all that down the people in the street in the Harbourview, the people in residential community.
But Cataract, somebody in the comment section is saying most times that happen outside the stadium rather than in the stadium.
Outside, not inside the stadium.
Coach,
that's outside.
I am not dealing with fiction. There was a bad call. Nobody remember that game.
I see referee and 2018. I went to. What understand?
Cataract 2018. Yeah. Go ahead,
yeah,
coach.
I've seen games where, you know what? I've seen games where referee make bad call and referee go in a stands and fight and them.
So true.
But I can't recall any weapons being used and any shooting taking place in any of those.
Nothing like that.
All right.
Nothing like that.
All right, hold on. I remember this one particular. Coach. Hold on. I was playing a game. I was playing under 13 for Barbican, and we played a second round game down at Arnett Garden. I would never ever forget this day, because this is the reason why I lost that match. I was the goalkeeper. I was one of the top goalkeepers in the league. Before the game started, you had a brother threw a red stripe buckle. The buckle burst upon the goalpost. When him got my attention, the brother looked at me and tell me, say, yo, if you not make every ball pass you, at this I go wait for you. And the brother lift up his shirt. Mind you, I never saw anything. But remember, in my head, as a child, knowing what Arnett Garden is known for, what do you think went through my head there?
Panic attack, man.
Yeah, because listen, you're speaking of yourself as a young kid, and you're talking about what you're growing and hearing about Arnett. Yeah? So that kind of put a fear in your head. I can understand that, right? But we're talking about Premier League, right? We're talking about Premier League, and today we're talking about Premier League. That haven't been happening. I can't tell the last time I said something like that. We went to watch Arnett and Harbourview 2018, and it was a night match. Yeah, and I think that match Arnett have lose that match. Yeah, and everyone went out Harbourview Stadium feeling dispersed about the whole thing, but nobody never tried to behave any type of democratical way where we say, you know what, we don't think we want to watch Premier League no more and them stuff. No, come on, man. We have to uplift the community aware that, because I see you guys want to make a big difference of saying, yeah, you know what, parish, have some parish league now, Premier League side and them stuff. Listen, these Premier League team we were speaking of, from the Arnett to the Harborview to the Boys Town to the Tivoli, these are foundation, yeah? It's not going to be easy for to push this side away. You understand? It's not going to be just easy to say, you're done with this side. You understand? No violence is going on in the community unless it's...
We're not saying to you to finish with these sides, you know. We say that you have to rethink about how the football is put out there. So Arnett Gardens Football Club may exist. What I have proposed is that if you are looking at St. Andrew, let's say you're looking at St. Andrew South, and it's Arnett Gardens is the football club representing St. Andrew South. The match, remember, when you go to an Arnett match, how many people you think paid? If you have 5,000 spectators, how many?
No. When you go and talk about Arnett match, but Cataract, when you go and talk about Arnett match, you ask about how many people you think paid. Everyone have to pay come in Arnett. Yeah? Nobody come in Arnett free because the club, whosoever attending the match, yeah. Remember those ticket sale is a part of the sponsor of the club, enough to support the club, So all those people coming in, every one of them money count. Yeah. When you go Arnett, you see the soup vendor. You see the man who are selling in water, in juice, all them little stuff. You understand? And those people who coming in to sell, they have to pay extra money in order because any profit, yeah, if any profit what they gaining, on it have to get a piece of the pie of the profit what they're gaining. So they have to pay extra for that. You understand? So it's not, come on, man, it's not like that anymore, man. I'm living in England for 15 years in a Catholic. For 15 years now, I'm living in England, right?
You know, say so my time read some comment on for management for somebody a few. Hold on,
finish up, Sean.
Yeah. So as I say, yeah, I've lived in England for 15 years, leaving Jamaica all along. As I'm going to tell you, me's a lover of football because of sports what me used to play. You understand what I deal with? Me and my brother Pastor Charlie Simic, because I don't want to play Manning Cup because football was the part of my life. Never get the chance because we only could attend Charlie Simic for 1 month. Because through financial wise, we have to stop because my mom couldn't afford it because she was having a little stall on the roadside selling cheese chips, Wrigley's and them stuff. So we end up after leave the school after a month. You know where we're going to finish our school term? Demon Town School, right? Which is $25 term. You understand? And from Demon Town, football was always still be a part of my life. I ended up playing secondary league. When you know secondary league was nothing. Till them bring in comprehensive now and every school can attend to play Manning Cup. That's not really how the difference of change will come. It not gonna happen overnight fast, but slowly by slowly, it better will come. We all want a better Jamaica, we have to fight for a better Jamaica, But we also have to help to lift these garrison community out of the slum. You understand? If you can take that narrative mind away from the kids, make them not feel like say them not have no other way out of this. One just gone. You understand? So when we are going to speak of the football foundation, make could speak of it of upliftment. Brother, if you know my life, you don't know me that live to the day if you still attack to coaches that's right now and you guys and them stuff. You understand? Because me was a big dream of football, but me end up switch over in other lane because you the community will go up, we not get the sponsor, we not get the money. You understand? So we come now as big people who want to help lift the community them, inject some money in it for help these little other youth them for come for have a football in mind, but not a mind with both gun and badness and crime. Because we are trying to eradicate this crime and just look what I go on to the day. Who dead up on the ground, leave them now. And who can see every day what's going on. So come on, man, make we help lift it, make we help deal it. You know? You understand? Me not say F crime and go on Me ask anyone to come there to say crime. No. But when it comes to football, it's about football loving fans there in Arnett, football loving fans in Tivoli, football loving fans in Boys Town. Yeah? Look, when I speak so highly of Boza and where am I come from? You understand? Where I'm coming from? You understand what I deal? So, come on, man. I sit down and listen and I listen with great mind of hearing I want to speak of the whole project of football coming up.
Carl, I have a question that I want to ask
Yeah.
you. Because I said to you,
Yeah.
up to a certain point, and a season ticket holder at Arnett Gardens, minimum payment 20 something grand or whatever it is for the season upfront. Because at the time, my friend Port Livingston, rest in peace, was a financial controller. So we talk about Arnett Gardens, not guessing and spelling. And he come to some of us uptown and say, boy, the whole of we used to drink at Hilton Hotel. I said, look here, when I come at night time and you spend about $10,000 a week time. Come put a 25,000 by 25 March in advance. $1,000 fare ticket. Come sit in a good seat and then they put in the VIP section and go down there. Right? That upfront money is what helped the club run. So I tell you for a fact I know that every person that I said 50% of the people that go through the gate at Arnett do not pay. The community don't pay.
Unless them is a ground caterer, unless them have big ties to the club where them playing a part underground by overseeing everything go right.
But certain people don't really want to talk. Yeah, that's how I said.
All right,
no,
nobody talk.
We're not talk that, but we just know a certain man pay for going that place. What I'm saying is,
look,
at that point,
remember, you know, we're talking about. Remember, we're talking about. Yeah, go ahead, please. Man, go ahead.
My friend would have leave on a Sunday. It was a ritual. Go to the barbershop in Arbitrary, cut my ear. Drive go down Arnett Garden, Range Rover, Pajero, Mercedes Benz, Beamer, we drive, we go down, Carrot Top, Andrew Pan, one of them come, make way, take you to the stands, you feel safe in an environment to watch a game. I cannot be untruthful and tell you. When it came to the Flowers Derby, that's what we call it, the Flowers Derby, Garden versus Garden. At least half a man they just duck out it and say, the tension or it don't feel right at certain point. I am saying to you that there might be like a change now because there's not that passion towards the football in either community. Right? First of all, you can't watch a daytime match. I never talk something, Bradley. You can't have a 3 o'clock match. Because half a man them for the corner when they normally be fan of football, they are bleach. So they can't get their hats on. That's a reality about
You're talking about something what's going on now. When you talk about bleaching, you talk about them can't. Listen. All right.
Right?
Yeah, all right. Listen what I'm saying now.
In terms of whatever, there came a point when persons in my group, I talk about 50, 60, 70 people trying to drive from Jackson, Cherry Garden, Norbrook, and we link up a halfway tree, and then bike man just 2 man by 2 bike just boom, and escort you through and reach a stadium point. They came up when.
Okay, I reckon I need nobody to escort you to Arnett when you come in Arnett for watch football. That's the thing what I'm saying to you, my brother. You don't need that.
I tell you what the reality was. I'm saying it became a point in time when most of the man they never feel safe. I just about 10 away.
Hold on, can I say something?
Yeah, man, come through.
Yeah, what I say is we are talking about Keter, we understand it, but the thing about football is that happened in enough places. I remember when Clarendon College beat something there. When we beat Monroe or Rossies, Colonel or Rossies up at Mobile. We can't leave the stadium, or we have to leave the stadium immediately. We have to leave Mobile immediately because guess what happened? them team that come from West, are you not supposed to come a West, come beat them side there. So if you are going to talk about violence or certain things, they used to go on back in the days everywhere. Everywhere you go.
Everywhere, brother.
Everywhere.
Brother, when me a play football, when me
It's
used to
just
play
that
for your
town
side on
kind
the
of
Whitfield.
notorious.
Me used to play for your side on the Whitfield town. Yeah? Listen, me used to play for your side on the Whitfield town. We and Franklin Town have a match that day over Franklin Town and Franklin Town ground. Yeah? Right behind the school there, them have a field where you have a little cricket field as well there. Just behind Duppy Gate itself. Yeah? And we have Franklin Town. We have Franklin Town one love. Yeah. My defender, yeah, the forward for Franklin Town a carry ball a come towards the goal. Our defender tackle him clean. But you know back them time that when you tackle a man, you go rough, you go hard, you know. Cause football back them time that they hard. And you know what happened? The forward, yeah, Finn brother was there on the sideline. Yeah. And you know him though, him walk on the field. And him thump down my defender right on the ground. And pop off a slug. The coach, the player, the referee, everybody take with themselves. Brother, me I tell you about how long in a brother. Brother, this year me 50-year-old, you know. So me a young man I talk to you, you know. You understand what me I deal with? And everyone away have to run from Franklin Town go straight back to Whitfield Town. You understand? Me not see them thing they are going in a football no more at Jamaica, bro. You understand? No, them thing they're not going on no more.
I agree with you, you know. I will say that I am saying, and Shabana said, it's because the interest in the whole football is not like it was.
One thing me know, Jamaica, when it comes to violence in sport, them a baby car. I remember, coach, me can tell you this. I remember the game between Boca Juniors and River Plate. You know where that game had to play? In the
Real Madrid
Santiago
Stadium.
Bernabeu. They had to take the game out of Argentina and bring it in a Spain in a next country. No, but that's one time. But Cataract, hold on there.
Yeah, Cataract. Violence is not a big deterrent, brother, to football in Jamaica. It's not a big deterrent.
Listen what I'm saying. It is a deterrent to investors.
Yeah.
No, but Cataract.
Is there
more, why have Tankwell would have interested in investing like in a waterhouse than going on the western side of the island or go Negril or something, go and invest in those in those clubs. And you got to get more support from people coming into what, despite you want to say half of the people will probably going to the stadium to play, but them get more support than any other club in the Premier League when it comes to people
any other club.
People are willing to go to Arnett Garden than go Portmore, than go watch Portmore or go Stadium is go watch Cavalier. No matter how much violence you want to see taking place there.
River Plate and Boca Juniors have fence in the stadium. There's a fence enough fans from certain section. Fence in the stadium.
I've been to Argentina, right? I've been there when Jamaica play. Because they're different guys. But one of us move off of that thing. All I was saying is that when you have a product that you are putting there for persons to invest in, you have to have a product where all aspects of investment and sponsorship can come. And when you have your brand associated with certain aspects, you don't attract all of the sponsorship you can attract. You understand? And the same thing happening in England, when they have the hooligan, a lot of businesses withdraw their sponsorship.
Cataract. You know what me I get from this? That's why I wonder for the same point to the pan. I know you and Chevron they say want to limit the amount of clubs in each parish.
What we're saying is that you must have a certain number of professional clubs. So I'm not saying, and Shaban is not saying to stop sport.
No, but you never agree so you want to have 2 clubs from each parish.
In the Premier
so if you have, that means you have to take out some of these clubs in Kingston, and me would never sit here and even agree that Arnett Garden would have been one of those clubs. As much as probably them they not here which.
You never listen to the whole of what I say. I say to you. In my iteration and time running out on us, I don't know. The area have to come and say, okay, these are the club where we represent the parish. These are the two. But that is not saying you're taking them out. You're using inflammatory language. I'm not saying killer club. I'm saying professionalize 2 clubs per parish. Kingston different from St. Andrew, right? Maybe at St. Andrew you might have to do 4. I said that
No,
before.
but
Not so easy.
a Sentanji will I club them there.
Hold on,
The
be
majority
money.
about
Hold
about
on,
50%
hold
of the
on,
team
be,
them then a St. Andrew.
be money. I mean 50% that. Let me hear what I said now. I said, you will talk at St. Andrew. In my paper that I write, I said, north, south, east, and west. So St. Andrew will get 4 because it's the largest parish with a million citizens. But you can look at any structure where you want to look at it. But at the end of the day, for a club to sustain itself, I am saying to you, you can't have a club, professional club, paying wages to a player, maintaining a good ground, maintaining field, youth team, etc., and a community that have 5,000 people.
But
And here
one
and
thing I can say.
Cataract, here my approach I would want them to do. You say you want to have the club being more professional. Well, what the JFF need to do that they need to put in measures in place for these clubs to abide by. Clubs that can't abide by it, then them just have to get sieve out and fall by the waistline. And it is my belief that majority of these clubs in Kingston will survive over some of these clubs that not even being able to qualify for this Premier League. Many of the clubs them in which club are having a St. Mary, St. Thomas or where you can go where structure have anything in place.
What I think they should do is, as I said before, when I was asking the question, 12 clubs in the league now. You keep those 12 clubs that is in the league now and expand the league to 16 teams.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with it.
16
Where will the other teams come from?
Well, I expand to 16 team and you bring in 14. So you see when them have the playoff thing for the Super Confed and them things there, you promote 4 teams. And then when you promote 4 teams, you relegate 2 teams every season. And you have a Premier League, you have a Super League, and you have a Major League. And then after the Major League, you have a non-league. You understand?
And that sound good. That sound good.
When you have a cup competition now, in the cup competition, non-league, Major League, Super League, and Premier League, everybody play. You understand?
I agree with that. But see,
Yeah,
I don't agree. Or you get to the 16. Or you get to 16. What's the magic with 16?
Yeah?
What's the
because I want to get probably.
No, let me tell you why I say this. We watch the
16.
Premier League. Right?
What's the magic with 16? What's the magic
number.
with 16?
What's the magic with 16 team?
Yeah.
Now I was saying 16 team gives you like 30 games in a season. And 30 games can be spread over like 7 months based on if you have a cup competition and those things. And I think it's a much more longer and much more healthier season.
And CC, that's why I was say this for CC. I think the final. Let me say something now.
Yeah, we just have finished the point.
Do it.
With a 30-game season, the team that is stand out the most over the season is rewarded. Instead of this season where if a team finish 6th, him can end up winning the title, and we say, he's the 2021 champion.
Yeah,
when the team finishes.
So and Cataract, yeah, man, and what would I want to say to that? You see what that would do even for support Cataract in terms of having other teams from other parish. Remember when the final round of the playoff are playing, 4 teams play from 4 different confed. So what you can do, you could say even these 4 teams, say the 4 teams them could have even get to the Premier League and we'll have 4 teams get relegated. We could have even do that. So each confed will likely have a team coming up, so you don't need fit. So so once you finish top in a Kingston, you automatically qualify. Once you finish top in a Westmoreland or Western side, you get qualified. So you will have the ball game spreading across the island. So you get 4 teams come up from 4 different areas in Jamaica.
No, man, we don't want to have 4 teams come up. What we have? Hold on, one team.
Can I say a quick thing and then get off the phone?
Hold on, make we hear from Sean. He might go jump off. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Cataract, I'm going to ask you this, Cataract. Yeah. How much team was it back then from Mobby used to play in the Premier League on the top flight division in Jamaica? How much team was it? Three?
Violet
You can
Kickers,
name it three of them.
Violet Kickers, Wadada, and Seba. And I think there was a fourth team that used to. I can't remember
So Rena never come from there.
Reno from Westmoreland.
And Seba.
Yeah.
So Seba, Wadada, Violet Kickers. There were three teams from Wadada.
You never have a side from down there as well on the name Tara. So Gregory Messam used to play for Tara. Tara was his name, I can't remember so good.
Tara was from that was Tara from Mobby?
I don't know that team.
Yeah.
So the teams that were there from the West were Reno, Seba, Wadada, Violet Kickers, and Village from Trelawney. 5 teams was from the West. That's how I came aside.
And they were all good team, is it? Every one of those teams did come play a part during the years of coming up through football, is it? Now nowadays you don't hear about them. You don't hear about them side anymore. You only hear about one team from down there now. And wait name, Mobby United.
There's one other.
So yeah, I don't hear about Wadada playing again in the top tier football. If Wadada still playing, it must be playing. It must drop back down to D1 or some D2 or something. Back then it was.
Wadada and Mobby United had a discrepancy to come in the Premier League. They were supposed to play off to come in the Premier League next year.
All right.
See.
All right, Sean. Big up.
All right, then. I'm listening to the rest of the show. But as me I said, gentlemen, you don't know enough respect to no. You see? I'm here listening same way. But me I said, make a support to a local league, yeah, and try to bring it back to the standard where every man can go a one match when him feel like and go sit down and sit comfortable, watch football game. You don't need no escort for go watch a football match. You understand? Because to Cataract is like him wouldn't even trust Arnett for say without an escort, he would have come down to Arnett himself, drive come down there. Or he wouldn't drive go a Waterhouse or Olympic Garden or Tivoli Garden go watch without you wouldn't Cataract.
The team when say one structure. And the guy from me, I watch league has always been in the Premier League. Has always been there.
Always. Other team come up and drop down and then probably more. Best feel in the Premier League. The best feel, the best stadium structure, everything in the Premier League. The best. You name it.
There have one. I never talk about the Arnett structure. Because Arnett is run with a chairman, Dr. Omar Davis, with the chairman for the longest time. We know the entire structure.
The chairman will support Arnett strong. You understand?
So I'm just saying to you that overall, we want the best and we have to be open to change. What I was getting at in the last part, because I don't want to leave off a schoolboy, I want to listen and hear some positive and hear some query. CC is to say to you, there are 8 parishes now that don't have a team. So if you add those 8 to the 12, you get 20. And then now you have a white cross the island, and then now you allow by natural attrition the team to get relegated after. You'd have to go 2 years or so without no relegation in the league settle and thing and players settle, and then you would have a natural attrition of the relegation. That's all I'm going to say to that. And then we want to talk about what happened today about the stadium.
But you see the same thing, even the promotion thing. I think what they could do is see the top 2 teams go up automatically, and then the next 4 teams go into a playoff to get the 1 spot. To get the third, if you're promoting 3 teams.
But I promote nobody, because I tell you, say, allow the top team from each parish to enter into the Premier League. Done, and it start.
Me just now want really say push out a team, because here what I watch English Premier League and you have 17 from London in the Premier League. That's 7 out of 20. The English Premier League alone, basically half of the team in London them come from.
Yes,
So right now,
and
London
teams,
alone.
and I know what that means. Do you know what that really means? A team from London is less likely to win the Premier League. There have been a study done
Yeah,
that
that is
says,
always what. That's why I tell people
hold on,
it's
hold
hard.
on,
It's
hold
hard for
on,
Chelsea. Mm-hmm.
hold on. Because of the number of London derbies, the teams from London are at a greatest disadvantage to win the Premier League because there are just too many derby matches. There was a whole paper, you can't go Google, man can go Google it and research.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Then
So there was a count on that. But that was not always the case. That was not always the case. When they had 22 teams in the first division, because it was 22 teams, London did not have the majority of teams. Because you had Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United in the league. You had Leeds, you had Newcastle, Sunderland, Leicester, Nottingham Forest, Notts County.
yeah,
Right?
as you said that, hold on the cataract. You know what I want to know?
Everton and Liverpool, Manchester City. So you had a whole lot of other cities who were, before you had Norwich, you had Ipswich, used to be in the team from East Anglia, Southampton, Portsmouth, right? So you had a whole
Wimbledon.
Wimbledon is a London team, right?
Oh,
The London teams were Wimbledon, Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham Hotspur.
Fulham.
No,
Oh, Fulham never. Yeah.
no, sir. Fulham came into it when the Sheikh, whatever his name, bought Fulham, the one that Princess Diana, but we're not gonna make coach think about that thing. But that's not really about the big man with Fulham and the royal family.
But one thing I want to say though, I want to ask persons. Hold on, I want to ask persons why they say that the league that we can't have even as I said, Cataract, a 20-team league. Why is it that we can't have a 20-team league, but we have 1,000 clubs in Jamaica?
No, because the 1,000 clubs no make one CC. You can't. The thing about it, you you can't just bring a club in the league, so just because you want other numbers,
I understand.
It has to be a case where the team is up there, quality football. So if we want to try to improve the thing, we can't just add teams just because of numbers.
The approach we have to take, as I said before, and I think Speed say, you have to get the club structure. You have to have the clubs, have them bank account, have them lawyer, have them academy, and guess what? Some clubs will be filtered out. So clubs who cannot live by that standard, like a case with that was one of the issues. Them know so them not there in the Premier League. This is the approach that we have to take. Make every club have a fair chance of making it to the Premier League, of staying in the Premier League or making it to the Premier League. Because as I said before I get kicked off, every club, even a club in St. Thomas, have the same opportunity that all the Cassava clubs them that has entered get to enter the Premier League. Nobody never have them not getting a favor. Right? So all we need for that is get the clubs them structure, where them have them academy, them have them feel, and who not have it, just have to go so we just take out just see what them one day.
Yeah, it better happen that way than you just add teams to make up number in another league.
To me, when I say
we have a few minutes to go, gentlemen.
So I want to talk about the football today, the Champions Cup matches today. At the viewpoints of the panelists, each of them can give the viewpoints. Coach, I just want to say this. I have a new player when me not stop talking about somebody. So I always talk about a player. Tyreek Jimenez from Jamaica College. Him
good,
this
man.
year cataract 2026, you see that UK World Cup. He is the man. Real deal as far as I see talent. I've been saying this coach from when I raised it when Mr. Speed was on here and just laugh and say, he get 2 red cards in the Premier League. Yeah, the youth get 2 red cards, but the captain said the youth is a top player. Penny Jr. I don't know why they're adding on the bench, coach. Because when they come on in the difference maker. in the game from Jamaica College. And I believe that the failure to start Pennycook Jr. is the reason why Jamaica College get dirt and dash out.
No, you can't say that.
Coach,
Dintil a good
coach,
team.
the
And Dintil
Dintil,
wasn't in high rev today, no.
coach, but as I tell you what me say, but as I tell you say, when Pennycook Jr. came on, they dismissed the Dintil defender them like them a dead so, right? The Dintil is a good team. Let me tell you something, a standout star, to say a standout, like
Okay, Tara,
Freeze. Oh, him come back.
Catara car flow.
Freezer.
Car flow. Yeah, what does
standout.
that say?
Me I see you guys perfect. So I don't know.
But when I hear
Um,
clearly, just a chip
you're
in and
not
chip out.
hearing. Oh,
So
so
here now,
but as I said, really, I want to give kudos to Eminis, who was on the losing team. I'm unhappy that we're seeing in the finals. Stan Cronky is obviously not here to answer for the Jamaica College, the Kingston College. Um, Coach, I just wanted to make a say I didn't hear much mention about Pennycook. Kind of disappointing. Playing another name for the jersey, so we can't really keep up with the thing. That is a basic something. But some even games, we just show you that some teams just were prolific when they were playing the weaker teams. But when you come up against even competition, it was difficult to impose themselves on the teams. Pearson, mm, and Parchment from Clarendon College. I think he looked good at the start, but
Yeah, the
not really
start of the
able
game.
to the first half. So
Yeah.
he really have to work on his fitness and stamina. But I
Yeah.
still think he's a very good young
Yeah,
player.
man, him have touches, man. Him
Yeah,
have
man.
touches, him smooth, very calm and composed on the ball. But as you say, fitness might be an issue.
Henry, I think I Henry. No, not Henry. Seavright. Sorry, Seavright. I like that. I like that player. Seavright, and also a little youth named Saviola Blake. I like what I saw. I'm gonna run down the iPod who scored. Let's run down. And the keeper for Clarendon College, one for the future. He have the
The
height
keep.
and
What about the one for Dentil? The goalkeeper, Hutchinson.
too short.
Too short.
Too
But
short.
I don't think that is one of, well, it too short for
So,
a goalkeeper, but in terms of his agility and all of that, I think
but he
he's
wasn't
good.
really tested. He wasn't really tested enough, to be honest. To be honest with you, it was mostly catching practice. No hard shot. But I just want to. He is a good player, but in terms of matriculating to a national team and thing, that's just my view. Me see him move. Me see the keeper from, I like the keeper from Clarendon College. Tall youth, commanding, made some good saves.
Yeah.
Right, but Hutchinson, I'm gonna see a little bit more of him, just to be honest with you. Because I remember I didn't see the last detail game, so I'm getting to learn. But there's a family of them, because his brother scored a penalty, and
Hutchinson.
a younger brother, they have a younger, yeah man, and they have a
Yeah.
younger brother at Mount Pleasant Academy as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they,
All right,
but
hold on there. Big up to Data Boss on that super chat. Up and still active. Big up, no joke. Real love for the ball. All right, Data Boss. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. Those were some good games today, Qatar.
I thought the first game was much better than the second game. The
Yeah,
second game was a dour affair, like a
yeah.
stalemate.
The second
And
game was a bit cagey. I think a lot of respect were shown to each other. Hence the reason why it was a bit cagey. But in terms of the first game was an open encounter because I think both coaches played open football. They even though they had very good defensive units, they 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 went out and tried to exploit each other instead of just playing and holding back and waiting on the counter. No, that wasn't the case. So they were two good games for me. I sat and watched both of them back to back.
When we talk about the officiating though, there were some bad calls in the second game.
Second game, yes. And you'd expect that human element chipped in. Human element.
I want to ask, is it one referee that refereed the 2 games?
No, 2 different referees.
2 different ones. I know one was a Trinidadian.
Yeah, the last referee was the Trinidad.
Yeah. Some mistake made.
Big up yourself, Pagan. He said hooligans mash up the thing. All right, so basically that we could put a cap on tonight's proceedings. Some very good discussion. That is telling me we can talk about local football for 4 hours as well, 4.5 hours. We based off that interview with Mr. Williams, it's good that we could continue a discussion on that very, very, very same interview. So it's a good look. Tomorrow night, all is well, God's willing, we'll explore a different topic as usual on the triple treat. So big up to the men them. Chevron, big up yourself.
Everybody make sure you watch Liverpool Shrewsbury Town.
Yes, to watch
Ian Hibbert,
Mm-hmm.
Ian Campbell, the man we are talking about, David Davis must be starting, so everybody can get to run them eye over David Davis against world-class opposition. That game kick off. And Morecambe is playing a big game, so I think they playing Spurs.
Not certain, but I watch some games tomorrow.
Morecambe is playing, so that is Greg Lee.
Yes, Greg Lee.
Right, so please watch them get 2 games there, and look out for the Reggae Boyz.
All right. Big up Conroy, big up CC Sports Lab, and please remember to support CC Sports Lab and support subscribe to his channel. Big up to the newbies them, Conroy. Yeah man. Chevron and Kappa 583. Big up yourself. Thanks for coming on. Seem to be a good football knowledge where the local league is concerned. Big up yourself. Same likewise with Conroy. And of course, Chevron, CC, and Qatar. Big up on yourself, man. Until next time, people, stay safe. See you next time. Enjoy the rest of your evening, night, or wherever, some places, morning. All right? Peace out.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.